Hearing of the Blue Ribbon Committee or the Committee on Accountability of Public Officers and Investigations on the matter of crimes being perpetrated by rascals or by villains in motorcycles. Not all of them, but people who use and have weaponized motorcycles is now in order. The hearing also covers all allegations against LTO involving shenanigans, alleged shenanigans that are occurring in that department, which is so important to our country because it reflects the transportation situation in our country. And I'd like to say here, na kapag hindi na napoproteksyonan o naaalagaan natin ang mga mamayan natin sa pagbili ng mga bagay-bagay na kailangan nila sa buhay sa pang-araw-araw, katulad ng motorsiklo, at sila ay na-expose sa mga dambuhalang mga interest na pinaiiral, eh talagang panahon na para tumiklop ang ating Estado. Kapag ang ating bayan ay hindi na napoproteksyonan, ang mga kababaihan, ang mga kalalakihan, ang mga pare, ang mga doktor, ang mga mamamayang Pilipino, ang mga driver, ang mga natitinda sa tindahan, eh talagang dapat mag-isip-isip tayo sapagkat talo ang tao, talo ang bayan. Life has become cheap in this country. Napakamura na ng bayan ngayon. Bata pa ako nung pinaslang ang aking ama. I thought that was the end of the world. Kung kukumpara kayon, ito ay hindi na end of the world. This is the end of the universe as far as I'm concerned. Grabe na talaga at talamak na masyado ang pagpatay ng mga tao. Amakin nyo, habang nag-iimbestiga tayo, tumaas na naman ang patayan. Tumaas na naman ang patayan sa motorsiklo. I call the attention of all the DOTR people there. And I will just stop after this and have the Secretary General, the Director General, introduce everybody who's not taken their oath and those who have taken their oaths. Kamakin nyo, umabot na ng 69 sa bilang namin ng mga sitwasyon na involve ang mga motorsiklo. Please take note. Out of the 69, 55 have been killed, 12 have been injured. In other words, pinagtangkaan, nagmintis lang yung bala at may ligaw na balang tumama na 12 doon sa hindi dapat tamaan. So talagang talamak. Yan ay galing lamang sa kinalap ng mga nagmamalasakit ng mga bata na nagtatrabaho sa aking opisina at ilang mga kaibigan. At ang pulis natin, finally, nagbigay sa atin ng kanilang datos na mas malaki pa, di hamak, kaysa sa nakalap ng mga civilian katulad ng mga bata dito sa aking opisina. Ang nakalap ng mga pulis ngayon ay January 1 to January 31. Tayo ay February 1 hanggang February 17. Ito ang nangyari. January 1 to January 31, 114 incidents. 114 incidents. Isipin nyo kung kayo ay may kamag-anak doon. In January 20, the whole year, they had 1,422 incidents of riding in tandem. In 2019, they had 3,123 incidents. In 2018, they had 3,596 incidents. In 2017, he had 3,119 incidents. And in 2016, there were 5,111 incidents. Napakaraming pinapatay. At gusto ko sabihin sa inyo ngayon, ang incident natin from January 1, 2016 to January 31, 2021, 19,087 ang tinatamaan ng riding in tandem. Pwera pa yung mga nakaraan, hindi lang dito sa administrasyon na ito. Sa lahat ng administrasyon, naging bisyo na either ng mga kriminal o sinuman na pumapatay. Paulit-ulit ang patayan, paulit-ulit nakikita ng tao. At ang nangyayari, ang kinakatakot ko, nasasanay na ang mga tao at parang nasagasa ang aso lang yung binaril. Lalampasan na lang nila at sasabihin na lang nila, droga yan. At sabihin na lang nila, magnanakaw yan. That is unacceptable to the Senate of the Philippines. That is unacceptable to every Filipino. Hindi dapat natin payagan na magkaroon tayo at dumikit sa ating mga buto at ating isipan na talagang ganyan. Yan ay bantayog na nakukulang tayo. Ako'y bata pa sa Ateneo. Ako'y naglabas sa mga poster sa buong campus na tayo ay apathetic. Tayo ay complacent sa wika English. Sa Tagalog, wala tayong pake. Ang nangyayari sa bansa, hindi natin nakikita at hindi natin pinapansin. On that starting note, I will call on the Director General to introduce our guest this afternoon. Director General Kimbo, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, may I proceed? Currently present are from the Department of Transportation, Attorney Rainier Paulo Yebra, Undersecretary for Legal Affairs, Attorney Andrea Nicole Rivera, Attorney for Office of the Undersecretary for Legal Affairs. But before I proceed, Mr. Senator, we also would recognize the presence of the following senators: Senator Revilla, Senator Pimentel. Senator Amy Marcos has sent a message that she has requested to be read. She cannot attend today's hearing, but she sent a message for you. From the Department of Trade and Industry, the Honorable Secretary Ramon Lopez, USEC Ruth Castelo, ASEC Ann Claire Cabotsan. From the Commission on Audit, Attorney Ridgway Marabe, Attorney Melissa San Miguel Salunga, Ninita Tailon, and Emily Gardose. From the Land Transportation Office, ASEC Edgar Galvante, Attorney Romeo Veracruz, Executive Director, Attorney Mercy Jane Paras Laines, Chief Operations Division, and Mr. Victor Emmanuel Caindec, Regional Director, LTO Region 7. From the Philippine National Police, we have Police Major General Marnie Marcos and Police Colonel Marilu Martinez. From the PNP also is Police Lieutenant General Cesar Hawthorne Binag, who is Deputy Chief for Operations. From the Bureau of Internal Revenue, Attorney Bernardino Paul Somera, Chief Regional Investigation Division, RR13 Cebu, and Attorney Larry Barcelo, Assistant Commissioner, and Attorney Roy Sean Tancinco, Law and Legislative Division, BIR. From the motorcycle dealers, Carl Ryan Lim, President and CEO DuExam Incorporated, Dr. Silvestre Lumapas, President and Chairman, Des Strong Motors, Mervyn Ken Du, Chairman of the Board, Des Marketing, Jeanine Du, President, Deskmark Corporation, Maricris Lopez, VP Sales and Marketing, Premio Corporation, Paulino Ongtenco, President, Motor Trade Nationwide Corporation, Celso Namoro, Executive Vice President, Motor Trade Nationwide Corporation. Relatives of riding in tandem, Attorney Ethel Magkamit, wife of Attorney Eric J. Magkamit, the victim, Mr. Joel Santos. Your Honor, we have sent an invitation to the President of the Integrated Bar of the Philippines, Attorney Domingo Egon Cayosa, but we're still trying to find out whether he is already present. And Your Honor, may I proceed for the oath?
Please go ahead.
For those who have not taken their oaths yet, could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, we'd like it reflected on the record that the persons who have not previously taken their oath have now taken their oath.
Could you please identify each one of them for the record? We are in a virtual mode. I want to make sure that it's on the record that a particular individual has taken his oath.
Mr. Caindec, is he here? Yes, he has
Let
taken
the
his
record
oath.
say that Mr. Kaindek has taken his oath.
Attorney Ethel.
Attorney Essel, are you there? Attorney Essel.
Ethel Magkamit. She's her mouth is moving, but there's no sound emanating from her screen.
Can you try to press the mute button, please? Estelle, are you there?
I am here, Executive.
Where is she
I
from?
am here.
IBP. Thank you. Thank you very much. Who else? Director General, who else have taken their oaths?
Those who have not,
Eugenio from Motor Trade.
Director General, who else have taken?
From Motor Trade.
when you speak, could you please identify yourself, please, so that we can record your presence and record. Christine Dakuyan has taken her oath, correct?
Christine Dakuyan is from Motor Trade, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please state where you come from, Christine. I would appreciate it. You have to press the button to speak. Please state where you come from.
Ms. Dakuyan.
Honorable Chair, I am from Motor Trade Nationwide Corporation. Yes, sir. There is a lag, sir. I am from Motor Trade Nationwide Corporation, Legal Services Unit.
And what is your position in Motor Trade?
Honorable Chair, Motor Trade Nationwide Corporation.
Excuse me, miss. What is your position there?
There is a lag, sir. I am from Motor Trade Nationwide Corporation, Legal Services Unit.
Director
Mr. Chair,
General,
there's a
can you
lag.
ask her what her position is?
Of the Legal Services.
Legal Services.
I am the head of the Legal Services Unit, sir.
And is there anybody from the business side of things in Motor Trade?
Yes, sir. I am the head of the Legal Services Unit.
Business side of things in Motor Trade? Who is from the business side of Motor Trade? Can you please raise your hand?
EP.
Sorry? All right, I can see somebody raising his hand. Can you please speak up? Celso Namore.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm from Motor Trade.
And what is
Celso
your
Namore.
position, sir?
I am the Executive Vice President for Operations.
Thank you very much. And who else is there? Secretary Kimbo?
Mr. Chair, from the motorcycle dealers, there's Carl Ryan Lim. Could you please raise your hand? Carl Ryan Lim. You're there, and you have taken your oath.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Can you ask them what they represent, what office, what store?
Carl Ryan Lim, please speak up.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning,
I am Carl
sir.
Ryan Lim, representing motorcycle dealer Do Exam Incorporated. I have already taken my oath, Your Honor.
Yes, but I just wanted to know why you're taking your oath again. And I just also wanted to know which company you represent.
Do Exam Incorporated, Mr. Chair. He is
Do-
President and CEO.
There are several
Exam.
companies that belong to the Do family. Is this one of them?
Yes, Your Honor.
And how many others are part of the Do motorcycle trading group?
Mr. Chair, there's Marvin Ken Du, Chairman of the Board, Desk Marketing. Jeanine Du, President of Deskmark Corporation.
Hold on for a while. Marvin, are you there?
Yes, Your
Marvin?
Honor. Yes, Your Honor. I've already
Thank
taken
you,
my oath
Marvin.
as well.
Thank you for raising your hand. You're the chairman of the board.
Yes, po, Your Honor.
But you also have other Do companies or stores, correct? Are they different corporations or are they all part of the same corporation?
Different po, Your Honor. But
Different. All right.
yes, it's not the same ownership po, Your Honor, if that's what you're...
But they are your relatives as well?
Yes, relatives po, Your
Thank
Honor.
you.
But we want to
Very kind.
inform you
Thank
now
you.
we're very...
And what are their names? Are they here? If you know.
Yes po, Your Honor. They're here.
Can we please speed it up a little bit if they're here? Please identify yourself.
Your
Because
Honor,
while it said that you did not
Chris-
get a chance.
Your Honor, Maricris Lopez here from Premio Corporation.
Maricris Lopez.
Yeah.
And you represent Premio.
Premio, yes, Your
And
Honor.
that's part of the Do company, right?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, we're relatives, Your Honor, but we're-
Relative. All right. So you are a Do in the middle name.
yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, there you go. And where is Premio located? Is that located in Manila?
Our head office is here in Cagayan de Oro, Your Honor.
O Cagayan de Oro? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And who else, please? From the Do family?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I may speak, this is
Please call me
Janine.
Mr. Chairman. I'm not made of wood. I don't have a wooden heart.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. This is Janine Du. I'm the president of Desmar Corporation.
Janine Do,
Yes, po.
President. Are you the brother? Are you the sister of Marvin?
Yes, sir.
And is Miss Maricris also the sister of Marvin?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Who else?
Your Honor.
Mr. Paulino Ongtenko, are you there?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you raise your hand, please, so I can see you? Yes. And you have taken your oath,
Yes, Your Honor.
all of you. So let the record state that all of these people, unless they deny it right now, consider to have taken their oath.
Mr. Chair, good morning. Mr. Chairman,
Kimbo?
good morning.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Your Honor, this is Attorney Gilbert Andres. I'm the external counsel for the corporations Do Exam Inc., Destrong Motors Inc., Des Marketing Inc., Desmart Corporation, and Premeo Corporation.
All right. So you have 5 companies that you represent. You
Yes.
do know the rules. You cannot speak directly to the chair.
Yes,
You
Your
can
Honor.
whisper to your client, but not to speak directly to the chair
Yes,
and to the body.
yes, Your Honor. We have taken
right.
note of Section 14 of the rules.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I'm allergic to noted. I don't note. Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, for the record, we have sent them a copy of the rules on the role of lawyers.
That's right. That's right. Thank you, Rudy. You're very efficient. Who else have not have taken their oath today, or have not taken their oath?
Mr. Chair, Police Lieutenant General Cesar Hawthorne Binag is the Deputy Chief. He's here for the first time. I just want to be sure that he has taken his oath, if you will allow, Mr. Chair.
Shall we give a fanfare to General Hawthorne, is it?
Yes, Lieutenant General Cesar Hawthorne Binag.
Hail Caesar, then. General Binag, are you there?
Yes, sir. Good morning po, Mr.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can you raise your hand, sir? I'd like that. There you go. I can see you. You're so far away. Maybe you can have your camera close so we can see you and get to know you better. There you go. A little more, please. A little more. It doesn't harm to have the camera closer to you. Who knows, you might be taken as a movie star. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead, Rudy, please.
Mr. Chair, the President of the Integrated Bar of the Philippines has also arrived. Attorney
welcome.
Egon Cayosa.
Welcome, Egon Cayosa, very hardworking IBP. You have not taken your oath. Can you take your oath, Egon, please? Attorney Cayosa.
Attorney Cayosa, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? Attorney Cayosa? Attorney Cayosa?
I do.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chair, we have one more guest.
Let the record say that the Integrated Bar.
Yes, I do.
Let the record state that the Integrated Bar of the Philippines President, Egon Cayosa, is present and has taken his oath.
Your Honor, last arrival, Your Honor. The wife of Nathaniel Patugalan, a victim of killing in tandem, also killed in 2007, Mrs. Anastasia Patugalan.
And he is she and her husband is a judge. If memory serves correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, can you take your oath, please?
I have already taken my oath.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Sorry to put you to this, but as I promised you, we're not going to stop until this thing really goes away from our country and our culture. Go ahead, please, Director General.
One last call for persons who have not yet been called. Kindly raise your hand. I think everyone has been called, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
There's one more on the right corner. Joel Santos, I believe he's the barangay captain in Pampanga, in Florida Blanca. Joel, you've taken your oath already? Last time?
Not yet, sir. Not yet.
Hindi pa? Pakitaas na mo ang kanang kamay kay Ginoong Kimbo.
Mr. Joel Santos, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
I do, sir. I do.
Thank you. Thank you. You may take your seat.
And the rest of the other departments are here, from USEX and LTO, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. And Secretary Ramon Lopez is also here.
I would like to thank Secretary Lopez. His testimony was indeed very, very useful in the last hearing, and I'm glad that he's here. I asked him as a favor to come here because Secretary Lopez is in charge of the Consumer Protection Act, the enforcement thereof. And certainly the LTO is in charge, as well as the USEX for DOTR, to make sure that all the laws are enforced in connection with land transportation and other transportation measures. But right now we're talking about land transportation, particularly in the area of motorcycles. Having said that, again, I believe we have already stated how many folks have been killed. I always try to come up with a video so that we can put the whole situation in perspective. So I will show you a video of how vicious these killings are. And I have more videos coming from the different channels. Yesterday, I believe this is. Can everybody see this, please? Secretary Lopez, you can see it. If you can see it, then everybody can see it, I hope.
Mr. Chair, we can see it. It's not yet a video, Mr. Chair. It's an article.
All right. Is it there already? All right. Nakita niyo ito. Ang date nito ay February 10. We had our last hearing here in February 15. Hindi nasama ito. Nakalusod ito sa mga research sa mga tao natin dito sa Senado. Mister niratrat habang nagkukumpuni ng motor. Now, why would anybody kill somebody who's a humble person, simpleng tao, nagre-repair ng motor? Either may rason yan, may awa yan, o maaaring may polisiya ang gobyerno na ginagawa laban sa drugs. I hope that is not the case. And I pray that is not the case. So, yan nangyayari. Until I have proof, then we will stay on riding in tandem, and I will ask Colonel Cesar Hoson to take note, because I would like to make sure that the police are able to make follow-ups on all these killings and not end up in cold cases. The next one, again on February 10, 2021, is Caloocan. In Caloocan, the previous one was in Antipolo, Rizal. Mr. R.J. Garcia, who was killed. Patay ang isang lalaki, pinagbabalay lang riding in tandem habang abala sa pagkukumpini. Yung riding in tandem po, nakasakay ng mga tao na sa motorsiklo, baka nasasanay kayo sa riding in tandem. Nakasakay po sa motorsiklo yon, madalas inaalis ang plaka, o kung may plaka, nakaw yung plaka. Kaya gumawa tayo ng batas para mapigil yan. I would like to acknowledge, by the way, and I apologize, my kababayan and good friend, Bong Revilla, Senator Revilla, who's watching, attending the meeting, he's not watching. And another good friend, Senator Pimentel, son of a fellow senator. Thank you for coming, sir. Again, on February 10, Caloocan City, Mark Angelo mamain, patay. Bibili lang dapat ng mami at may litrato yan. Ayan, nakahubulagta at bibili siya ng mami. Makikita niyo mamaya yung binibili niya ng mami. Yan ang bala pagkatapos maghatid ng pasahero. Yan ang tindahan ng mami. Tindahan ng mahirap yan. Tindahan ng naghahanap buhay ng mga tricycle driver o pangkaraniwang mamayan na hindi makapasok sa mamahaling restaurant. Papasok lamang siya dyan sa tabi ng kalye na nagtitindang mami. Si Mark Angelo ay pinagbabaril lang hindi pa nakikilala mga salarin sakay ng motorsiklo. February 10, tatlong namatay dyan. In Maguindanao, Haji Tong Muhammad, kapatid natin Muslim ito. Patay, ito naman nagnenegosyo. Matapos sa pagbabarilin ng mga taong nakasakay sa motorsiklo sa loob ng kanyang tindahan sa Cotabato City. Dakong alas 11:15 ng umaga habang nakatayo ang biktima sa loob ng kanyang tindahan nang siya ay lapitan ng dalawang hindi kilalang suspect at agad pinagbabaril. At yon ang katapusan ng buhay ng ating kapatid na Muslim. February 11, 2021, sunod-sunod. I'd like to say the record that in the previous hearings, lahat ng araw magmula ng January 1, tinapatay ang tao. Sunod-sunod. Davao del Sur, patay, Frederick Archaga Villa. Injured, Reggie Baldosa. Patay si Villa, injured si Reggie Baldosa. Ang mga taong pinas lang ay nakasakay sa motorsiklo nang sila ay sabayan ng another motorcycle na may dalang 3 tao at pinagbabaril. Ay note, General, please note, pinapayagan mo natin ang 3 tao. May nakita ako, na pinakita ako at pwede kong pakita sa inyo ulit. 3 tao, binaril yung pulis. Buti na lang nakaganti yung pulis. Natepok yung isa, pero nakatakas pa rin. Pero sa tingin ko, ang 3 mama ay hindi dapat nakasakay sa motorsiklo. Itong 3 mamang ito, as they were traversing a street around 11:45 p.m., police said Villa died on the spot after 2 bullets hit his back, while his co-rider Baldosa suffered a gunshot wound in the arm. No solution lahat yan. February 13, 2021, Mandaue, Cebu. Sa 4 na sulok na ng Pilipinas ito. From Manila to Maguindanao to Davao del Sur, now to Mandaue. Jerome Normandia, injured. Garbage truck, pati ba naman yun, nangunguha ng basura. Driver, Normandia, nakasakay sa motorsiklo at dumaan siya para bumili ng sigarilyo. Kaya nga sila sabi, beware, cigarettes can kill. Ito ngayon, hindi sigarilyo pumatay sa kanya. Motorsiklo ang, hindi pala siya namatay, ang nag-injure sa kanya. At the Kanduman Market. Market yan, around 7 a.m. 2 tao nakasakay sa motorsiklo. Pumara just a few meters from his home. The police said that the victim was brought to the hospital for treatment. No solution. February 13, Albay. Junle Andes, dead. Nakalagay sa headline, parang aso na lang o kaya baka. Mister, itinumba ng tandem. Hindi klaro dapat iklaro yan Pinatay ng mga nakasakay sa motorsiklo, dapat ang sasabihin. Para talaga ang tao masuklam. Nagiging nasanay na sa riding in tandem Patay si Julie Andes matapos pagbabalilin nang hindi nakikilalang 2 armadong lalaki habang naglalakad patungo sa balon para maligo. Pati pagligo ngayon, delikado ka na. Hindi naman nakilala ang 2 gunmen na agad tumakas matapos ang pamaril. February 16, Masbate, 2021 lang ito. Dead, Noe Conjito Conje. Injured, Ana Marie Conje De Hito. Dead na, may injured pa. Dakong alas 7 umaga. Umaga ito. Habang magkaangkas, mag-asawa siguro ito, nang bigla, magpinsan sila, nang biglang sumulpot ang dalawang mamamatay tao na lulan ng hindi nakaplakang motorsiklo at agad na pinagbabaril ang mga biktima. This point, para hindi ko makalimutan, I've already directed that Secretary General write a letter to Secretary Anyo na dapat ipag-alam sa lahat ng mga mayor, lahat ng barangay officials sa pag nakakita ng motorsiklong walang plaka. Idadagdag ko na rin yung tatlong nakasakay sa tatlong motorsiklo sa isang motorsiklo, dapat may report at yan ay habulin ng mga kapulisan. Is that too much to ask? Una-una, overloaded yung tatlo. Kung walang plaka, violation yon. Tama po ba yan, General? General Cesar?
Violation po yun.
So, tama. Dapat ipara.
Yes, sir. Dapat po yun tayo.
Ito naman. Ito injured. Judiel Bueno Marlon Mendoza, February 16. Nasugatan si Judiel Bueno nakaraang pagbabalilin ng riding in tandem ang mga taong nakasakay sa motorsiklo na mamamatay tao habang nadamay at nasugatan ng isang messenger na si Marlon Mendoza matapos tamaan ng ligaw na bala. Naglalakad si Bueno nang biglang sumulpot ang dalawang taong nakamotorsiklo na mamamatay tao at sunod-sunod itong pinaputukan ng mga suspect. Siyempre na naandoon si lugar si Mendoza na tinamaan ng ligaw na bala. Walang kasalanan, hindi kasama, pero tinamaan. Nakakasuklam talaga. February 16, Buena Vista, Bohol. Ayan, dahil tayong Bicol, Masbate, Albay, Pasay ulit tayo. Diyan nangyari yan. Ngayon naman, sa Bohol naman tayo. Christopher Centino, 37-year-old man landed in the hospital after he was shot multiple times by motorcycle riding men who rode in tandem in Buena Vista town on Sunday night. February 16, 2021, sa Calasiao, Pangasinan. Kagabi ba ito? No, isang gabi. Reynaldo Bugayong, patay. A safety officer of Calasiao town in Pangasinan ay pinatay Tuesday morning ng 4 na motorsiklo na nakasakay ang mga mamamatay tao on his way to his office. Bugayong was riding a motorcycle on his way to work at about 8:30 a.m. when he was fired upon by 4 men on board 2 motorcycles. Sa kabuuan, right now, sa count ng opisina ni Senator Gordon at saka ng Blue Ribbon, total victim count 69 from January 1. Dead 55, injured 12, unhurt, nakalusot 2. Ang breakdown, civilian officer 38, police officer 9, government official 8. At yung police officer, hindi enkwentro yun, ha? Binaril na lang yun. Government employee 8, teacher 1, isang unionist, isang gabi, doon sa may Manila Harbor, pinatay. Sa harapan ng kanyang 4 na taong gulang na pamangkin na kumakapit sa kanya, pati yung bata, tinamaan. Buti lang nabuhay. Isang lawyer, IBP, isang lawyer, Tepok. So sa madaling sabi, walang tigil. There is now a culture of disrespect for life. Nakakaiya tayo, nakalagay sa Constitution that the Bill of Rights, we protect the person, the life of the person, we protect his safety and his children. And today, kailangan tayo ay sabay-sabay magsalita. Ang gusto kong magawa sana rito ay magising na ang mamamayang Pilipino at meron tayong paraan, yung ginawa nating batas bilang 11235 na hindi pa napapairal hanggang ngayon. 1 milyon pa lang ang nagagawa. Ewan ko kung umabot na. Yan ang isa sa mga solusyon na dapat unang-unang gagawin ay meron tayong Center of Operations na lahat ng motorsiklo nakarehistro doon. Nakalagay kung binigyan ng rehistro yung mga tao na formal at hindi copy. At nakalagay doon kung sino may-ari. At nakalagay doon kung saan galing dahil may color code. At ito paalam sa buong Pilipinas para lahat ng bata. Alam, dapat ito ituro na isang araw sa eskwela para ultimo bata alam kung paano sila magre-report sa mga taong kinaukulan. At ang motorsiklo dapat may plaka. Pag walang plaka, huli, kagad. Kumpiskado dapat siya, nakalagay yan sa batas. At yung motorsiklo na binubura yung plaka, driven without a number plate or a readable plate shall be stopped and such motorcycle shall be seized by the law enforcers. Yan ang nakalagay sa batas. Ang nangyayari naman ngayon, I'm sorry to say, nakakalungkot, ay yung kasunduan sa pagbili ng motorsiklo ay hindi sinusunod yung patakaran at pag binenta mo yung motorsiklo, within 5 days, 5 araw, dapat meron ka ng plaka. Meron ka ng Certificate of Registration. OR, CR, Official Receipt, CR. Para pag ikaw ay pinara, may papakita kang Certificate of Registration at hindi ka lalapastanganin o hindi ka patatagalin. Hindi lalapastanganin yung karapatan mo of movement. Natutuwa ako dyan yung mga may-ari ng mga nagbebenta ng motorcycle. Sapagkat itong magandang pagbebenta ng motorsiklo, maganda sa bayan yan, dahil it democratizes movement. It democratizes, makagalaw sila, makapunta sila, maipasyal nila yung mga anak nila, makabili sila na sa palengke, makapagtrabaho sila kahit na may pandemic, na safer, imbis na sasakay sa bus. At democratize yung movement nila. At certainly, kumikita ang gobyerno ng taxes na ngayon, alam nila Senator Pimentel yan, gipit na gipit ang gobyerno sapagat halos kalamihan ng pera natin na pupunta sa paggamot sa COVID at paglaban sa COVID. Kung di papairalin yan, malaki ang kasalanan ng LTO at ng DOTR. Ilang beses na natin pinag-usapan. I will have you know that I filed this bill on my first presence in the Congress way back in 2004. Isa sa mga unang batas ko yan. May mga litrato na akong pinakikita ng mga panahon na yon. Yung litrato yun hanggang ngayon nasa akin. Yung litrato ng mga plaka sa Hong Kong na hindi naman kasing laki na binalasubas ng ilang mga ayaw sumunod na kailangan magparehistro na sila. Tama lamang para makikita yung plaka pero fake news ng ilan. Hindi ko alam kung sino may pakana. Pero I don't know if I can show you those pictures noon sa Hong Kong na nakalagay yung motorsiklo at nakikita ninyo na kung nagagawa sa ibang bansa, magagawa dito. Meron nga sa ibang bansa, di hamak na malalaki ang plaka. At niloko pa ng ilan na sinasabi na yung plaka ay ito ang plaka, ayan. Ayan yung sa Hong Kong. Excuse me, pakita nyo nga uli yan. Can you show that again, please? Nadaan ako sa Hong Kong yan. Early mga 2000. Sabi ko, magagawa pala yan eh. Oh. Pero ang ginawa natin, plaka, makikita nyo harap at likod dyan. Kaya binaliktad eh. Iba na ngayon ang korte ng motorsiklo, hindi mo na magagawa yan. Kaya ang plaka ay ganito na ngayon, nasa likod. Hindi ganun kalaki. Papakita ko sa inyo sa motorsiklo na may plakang ganito, kung malaki. Pakikita nyo. Can you show it, Gian? Ayan, ang plaka. Can everybody please comment? Secretary Lopez, is that too big? Is that too big a plate?
From here, Mr. Chairman, it's readable. So this is okay with me. Although mas malaki yung kanina, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, pero yan ang ginawa natin. Dahil umaangal yung iba, ayaw nila na masyadong malaki.
This is
natin.
This is
May color
readable.
code yan. Yan blue sa isang region nakatapat. Kaya madaling hanapin kaagad yan.
Malinaw, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry? Malinaw.
Malinaw po.
And ang plaka niyan, yan, kinumpara natin sa dating pinapalabas ng LTO. O, ganyan ang diferensya. Yung nasa baba, ang bagong plaka. Yan. At makikita nyo, meron tayong plaka sa harap. Sticker lamang. Sticker lamang. Yan, yan. Nakalagay dito. ABC 123. Ganyan lang kalaki. Napakalaking tulong sa tao kung yan ay gaganapin ang patayan o banggaan o nakawan, meron tayo kaagad lead. Do you agree, Mr. IBP President Cayosa? At kung babarilin ng abogado o West, may laban na ang tao. Attorney Cayosa?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Senator Revilla.
Go ahead, Senator Revilla.
Yes, regarding the plate, no. I'm also a motorcycle rider.
We agree, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair, it is pretty obvious that the bigger the registration plates are, the easier to identify and track down this riding.
All right. That's the view of the IBP. A number of lawyers have been killed. Secretary Revilla, Senator Revilla, what is your comment, sir?
Yeah, regarding the plate po, Mr. Chair, sa tingin ko, yung sa likod, it looks okay, no? Bilang isang mananakay ng motorsiklo, no? Do we still have the same plate na gagamitin sa harap, Mr. Chairman?
No, sir. Sabi ko lang po,
May mga
ito po ang plaka sa harap, oh.
Is that a sticker?
That's a sticker.
Okay. If that's a sticker, then I don't see any problem.
Thank you. I remember I helped you with the motors, with the security plate, with the helmet.
No, yeah.
You recall?
Again, because for I'm one of the safety ambassador, no, for motorcycle.
Thank you. We said that. We all agree na makakatulong yan. The problem now is, ito, ay paparinig ko lang para hindi naman masayang ang pagpunta na rito. Papakita ko muna, dahil napaka-graphic nito, and please watch, yun nangyari sa Isabela way back in 2015, if I'm not mistaken. At meron tayong testigo dyan na naandito ngayon. Can you show, please? 2015, habang lumalabas sa eskwela ito. United Nations Day. Ayan ang sasakyan ni Ginoong Mark Banggi. Inabangan siya na yan yung mga tao. Kasama niya, asawa niya at anak. Niratrat ng submachine gun. Tapos tumakbo, nakababa sila Mark Banggi sa kaliwa. Kasama ang asawa at anak. Tingnan nyo kung gaano katindi. Hinabol pa. Nagabunan doon sa likod. Nakita nyo may mga tricycle sa harap, may mga kotse dumadaan, may mga motorsiklo dumadaan, nakaabang yung motorsiklo sa harap, at makita nyo, lalabas mamaya, yung taong, ayan, yan yung salarin, takbo doon sa motorsiklo, sumakay, nakatakas, may dumating pang truck na malaki, nakita sila, pero wala atang makitang plaka. I have here Mart Banggi. Mart, can you speak up? Mart, can you go to a... Komunikasyon. Quickly, please. The government at that time. And you should see his face covered. Mark, can you tell us what happened to you that day? Pakisabi lang sa Tagalog.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Good morning po.
Morning, sir.
Ano po nangyari yan? Dala-dala nyo ang anak nyo at asawa nyo.
Opo, noong November 13 to 2015 po, ay sinundo ko yung aking mag-ina sa school dahil nag-perform po yung aking anak sa isang activity na United Nations Day. Tapos pagkatapos po nun, pauwi na po kami, palabas kami sa school. Nang biglang may wala pong tigil at habas na pinagbabaril po kami buong pamilya. At tinamaan po ako dahil nakita ko po yung pagdating ng mga babaril. Kinoveran ko po yung mag-ina ko. Tapos kaya sa akin po lahat tumama yung 14 gunshot wounds.
Ilan ang tama mo?
14, sir. 14.
14.
Yes, sir. Pagkatapos po nun, tinaitakbo po ako sa Santiago City Medical Center.
Ang asawa mo may tama?
Wala po dahil ako lahat ang nakasalo po nung lahat ng bala.
Ano nangyari sa anak mo?
Ganun din po, na-trauma po sila. Ilang months po namin silang pinagamot dahil talagang hindi po nila halos mawari kung ano nangyari po sa amin. From then on, lumipat sa takot po namin, umalis na po kami sa Isabela. At nanatili na po kami kung saan-saan para lang, kasi yung mga assailants po ay at large, hindi man namin malaman kung nasan sila. So, yun.
Anong taon nangyari ito, Mart?
2015 po.
2016?
15 po, 15.
15.
Yes, sir.
At natakot ka at may nakiusap sa akin na kunin ka, hindi ba?
Yes, sir. Apo, in-relief po ninyo kami para ma-save po ang buhay ko po.
Kinomboyan namin kayo at dinala namin kayo sa isang hospital na itinago namin kayo. Tama po ba yun?
Yes. Apo.
Dahil talagang hinahabol po kayo, ano po?
Yes po.
At magmula noon, napagaling kayo, salamat sa Diyos. Nakakatulog ba kayo? O yung mga anak mo ba? Okay, yung anak mo?
Mahirap po yung mga sumunod na mga panahon, sir, kasi yung aking anak ay kinakailangan naming treat kasi kung hindi siya nakakatulog, ganoon din po yung aking asawa.
At ngayon ay palipat-lipat kayo ng bahay. Tama po ba yan?
Yes po.
May tinulong ba ang gobyerno sa inyo?
Nakahingi po naman kami ng mga ano po, assistance dun sa mga pambayad sa ospital. Hanggang dun lang po.
Pero yung investigasyon, nambubaril sa inyo.
Mula po noon hanggang ngayon ay at large po yung ano, mga assailants po.
Wala nang nire-report ang kapulisan sa inyo kung ano nangyari.
Wala na po.
Wala mga tao nakita doon, wala nagsalita doon.
Wala po kasi hindi ko po, dahil umalis na po kami doon, hindi ko na malaman kung ano po nangyari, sir, dahil pagka nakita ko doon, baka mapadali po pa ang buhay ko, sir. Namin.
So, ang ibig sabihin, ikaw ay mamamayang Pilipino na may karapatan tumira kahit saan mo gusto ng payapa. Ngunit dahil ikaw ay pinagtanggal ng buhay mo at iyong pamilya, minarapat mo umalis na lamang at patago-tago ka ng bahay ngayon dahil ikaw ay maaari pang saktan yung mga salarin na yan.
Correct, sir.
At ano kaya ang dapat ninyong pananaw at kayo nabubuhay sa takot?
Mahirap, sir, dahil hindi ka baka diskarte na maayos sa iyong pangkabuhayan. Hindi ka makahanap ng maayos na pangbuhay sa pamilya. Medyo tapos hindi ka rin makauwi na maayos sa iyong mga kamag-anak pagka mayroong mga occasions.
Dapat tuloy-tuloy ang pag-iingat, ano?
Apo.
Pagpasensya mo muna, tatawain ko lang ang isang asawa naman ng judge, kaya tinawag kong IBP. Andiyan po si Mrs. Patulan, asawa po ni Judge Nathaniel Patugalan. Nahihirapan po ako dahil hindi madaling parang ang father ko binaril rin. Ang hirap tandaan yung mga ganyang pagkakataon. Ma'am, Mrs. Patugalan.
Yes, sir.
Kailan po nag-judge yung asawa ninyo?
1992, Your Honor.
1994. Bago po siya nag-judge, anong trabaho niya? 92. Ano po ang trabaho niya dati?
Ano po siya? Police Major sa Manila.
Police Major.
Yes, Your Honor.
Na-appoint siya ng judge. Saan po? Municipal Trial Court o Regional Trial Court?
Municipal Trial Court po sa Bagao, Cagayan.
Bagao. Galing na po ako doon. Tumulong ako doon sa disaster doon. 2 beses na.
Oo nga po.
Tiga saan ba kayo talaga?
Taga Camalanyugan, Cagayan po.
Camalanyugan.
Camalanyugan po. Bago mag-apari.
Bago mag-apari. Medyo malayo na po.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, yung asawa po ninyo, kailan pinagtangka? Meron mo bang nagtangka sa kanya muna o basta na lang siyang nakatikim ng tangka sa buhay niya?
Actually, Your Honor, yung first attempt sa kanya, yun yung nung 2005 sa Bagao po, nung doon pa siya.
Ano na po siya doon? Municipal Trial Court o Regional Trial Court?
Municipal Trial Court pa ho. Sa original court niya.
Saan siya binaril po? Sa hukuman o sa kalsada?
Sa daan po while on his way home. Kasi it was a Friday.
Saan siya nakasakay?
Sa amin, sa Camalanyugan.
Saan siya nakasakay?
Nakasakay po siya dun sa kotse namin at tinambangan siya ng mga nakapajero po. Pajero. Hindi naman yung tumambang.
Tinambangan siya.
Pero po yung pero yung nung 2007 yung kung saan nga siya namatay, mga nakamotor po yung bumaril sa kanya, yung pumatay sa kanya.
Po. Nasa kalamba lang kayang baho tayo. Tinamaan ho ba siya doon?
Opo.
May tabang siya ng bala?
Opo, tinamaan. Marami po siyang tama, Your Honor, pero nakasurvive po siya. Tapos nung ang dinala sa Maynila at nag-therapy dahil na-paralyze din yung kaliwang katawan niya at saka hindi pa nga siya nakalakad. Pero sa tulong ng paggamot tsaka ng Diyos tsaka therapy, nakalakad din po siya. At saka dito nangaling siya sa Cagayan, sa Maynila.
At pagkatapos po dyan, propose municipal trial court pa rin siya.
Municipal trial court pa din, Your Honor, pero inilagay na lang po siya sa Quezon City, sa Metropolitan Trial Court.
Para mas safe siya dito.
Opo, yes, Your Honor.
Sino po nagpalipat? Ang Supreme Court?
Opo.
Opo.
Supreme Court po mismo.
So, nuwalipat siya dito, medyo panatag na ang kalooban ninyo at na malayo na siya doon sa lugar sa Bagao. Pero ano po nangyari?
Hindi po, Your Honor, kasi nung habang nandun kami tinitirhan namin sa Quezon City, may mga tao pa ding umaaligid na hindi kilala na kuminsan kung ano-anong tinatanong sa mga kapitbahay na tungkol sa amin nga kung doon daw kami nakatira, ganun-ganun po.
Merong maaligid?
Opo.
Kailan ho siya napaslang?
January 19, 2007 po.
Yung una, anong petsa po nung una? Pasensya na ho kayo. Yung una sa Bagao, anong petsa po yun? Friday, kanyo eh.
Opo.
Kung natatandaan nyo ba?
Ano bang birthday ni 27. Kasi paalis kami. October 27 po. 2005.
2005.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tapos ngayon, pinatay siya 2007 sa Quezon City na.
Opo.
Saan po siya nakasakay nung siya ay pinatay?
Sa harapan po ng jeepney, pauwi na po siya galing sa korte. Pero dapat po, babalik sana siya dahil at that time, at yung araw na yon merong, andun yata si Justice, may IBP, he was supposed to attend. Pero umuwi lang siya para magbihis po. Uwi sana siya para magbihis.
Nakasakay ho siya sa jeep niya, personal na jeep, owner, o sa pampasaherong jeep?
Pampasaherong jeep po. Kasi nga ho, nasira yung kotse nung nandun pa lang sa Bagao, nung naambush siya sa Bagao. Wala na po siyang sasakyan. Wala naman po siyang ibang sasakyan. Kaya ang gawa nga po, pati pa iba-iba, minsan nagtataksi po siya at saka nag-jeep, ganun, pauwi, at saka papasok.
Hindi siya nabigyan ng security?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Uliman ho lang ho, magaling ay ngayon ay ginagawa namin sa Senado na magkakaroon na ng judiciary marshal. Para pagka may mga tangka dyan, ay magbibigay na ng security ang Supreme Court. Ano po? Ako po ang gumagawa ng kasasakan. At ilang mga kasama, sila Senator Angara, marami kami. At yan po ay napatay siya, nakasakay siya sa harap ng jeep.
Opo.
Ilan po ang motorsiklo ginamit?
Isa lang po, dalawa lang nakasakay. Yung nasa likod ang gunman na hindi naka-mask.
Hindi
rin naka-helmet.
Hindi naka-helmet?
Hindi po.
So malakas talaga ang loob?
Ay opo, and that was daytime pa ho yun eh. Wala pang 6 o'clock. Kaya maliwanag pa po. Tapos yun nga, may nakakuha nga ng may nakakita kaya nung ginawan po ng cartographic sketch yung description nung nakakita.
Pero yung plate number hindi nakita?
Hindi po.
May plaka po ba o wala?
Hindi po nabanggit nung witness kung may plaka. Baka maaring wala po kasi hindi napansin nung witness Kung ano.
Sa madaling sabi, kung hindi maagap ang kabayanan natin, ang mga kababayan natin, pwedeng barilin ng isang tao at hindi na makikialam. Would you say that is the norm now, Attorney Cayosa, IBP? Pagka walang testigo, wala nakitang plaka, gagawa na lang ng cartographer sketch, hindi na sila magbo-volunteer na paliwanag kung sino yung nakita nila. Would you say that's the norm now? Because I remember there was a woman also na pinatay diyan sa may batasan sa Sandigan, Bayan. Namimili lang siya sa tindahan. Judge siya. Do you remember her? Judge Cayosa? Attorney Cayosa? Tingnan nyo nga yan. Attorney Cayosa, can you hear me? Where is the other IBP girl? What's her name? Rudy?
Adrian T, Mr. Chair. P.
Attorney T?
Adrian C, SY, Mr. Chair. Mr. Attorney Cayosa is already there, but I think there's a lag. He's already there, Mr. Chair.
Attorney Cayosa? Did you hear my question? We are IBP, we're officers of the court. There are many judges. 39 judges have been killed riding in tandem by riding in tandem. So many lawyers have been killed by riding in tandem. Not because they're judges or lawyers, pero talagang walang tigil yung pagpaslang sa paggamit ng motorsiklo na masasamang loob. And a plate would certainly protect the good citizens. And the absence of a plate or a stolen plate will be taken advantage of. Tama po ba yun? Attorney Cayosa? Attorney C, can you hear me?
Good morning po.
Good morning po.
Just a correction, sir. I'm not an attorney po, but I think Pres Cayosa is here. I think he's only experiencing some technical difficulties with his internet connection in his area. I will try to contact him personally, sir, so he can respond to your question po.
You're not a lawyer. I'm sorry. Anyway, I'll just produce one more witness. And the senators are invited to ask them questions. Attorney Pimentel, Senator Pimentel, and Senator Revilla. I'd like to welcome again the judge, the barangay captain in Florida Blanca. Joel Santos.
Yes.
Good morning po.
Yes, good morning po.
Yung pinapakita ng litrato dyan ay ang inyong barangay Tanod. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Just in case a lot of people do not see it, I'm just showing the impunity. He is a very frail man. Gaano kalaki yan ho yan?
Malit lang po, sir. Malit.
Maliit na tao.
Yes, sir. Mga 5'2". I think 5'2".
5'6".
5'2".
Payat.
5'2".
Ano ha?
5'2", sir.
5'2".
Yes, sir.
Payat.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we know it. Yes, Mr. Chair.
So maliit na ang katawan niya. Anong ginagawa niya doon sa kinaroroonan niya nung siya pinaslang?
Nagkakandak po ng checkpoint, sir, regarding do sa not wearing those person not wearing a face mask and face shield, Your Honor.
So, pagka may nakita siyang hindi nakamask, papalalahanan niya. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Based on the statistics.
Barangay Tanod. Eh kahit itulak mo lang yan, babaksak na yan, di ba?
Yes, yep. Opo.
O, tingnan natin ang video. I invite every one of you to take a look at the video. Ayun, may nakabisikleta. Sino po yung katabi niya lalaki? Barangay Tanod na yan, yung malaki. Jack.
Yes, sir. Barangay Tanod po. At the same time, siya po yung barangay driver, sir.
Ayan. Ang haka-haka natin, dumaan itong motorsiklo at medyo sinita niya. May dumaan na kotse. At yan, binalikan siya. May kasalubong pang bisikleta, para mo. Ayan, ganyan kalapit yung bisikleta. Ayan yung tao. Sa motorsiklo. Nilabas ang baril. Binaril ang binaril. Si Joseph Labonera. Barangay Tanod. Inilipat yung baril sa kanan. At babarilin pa yung isang barangay Tanod mo.
Opo.
Na tumatakbo doon sa kanan.
Opo.
Ayan, nagkandara pa. Ayan, no? Pakiulit mo nga yan. Ayan, nadapa pa. Ayan. At tumakbo.
Opo.
At hindi na nakita itong dalawang taong ito. Meron bang solusyon ang kapulisan dyan?
Actually, Your Honor, talagang nahihirapan po. Gawa po ng walang makitang pagkakilanlan sa motorsiklo. Although na yung model, make, model ng motor, nakuha po natin. Pero yung pagkakilanlan, dahil wala po talagang plate number na makikita. Kaya yung pong minumungkahin nyo, Your Honor, talagang malaking tulong po sa mga barangay official at ang mga kapulisan na at least madaling ma-identify yung mga salarin kung may mga plate number po ang mga motorsiklo, Your Honor.
Pero hindi na natin maibabalik si Joseph, hindi na natin maibabalik si Judge, at hindi na natin mabuti na maswerte si Mark Banggi at nakaligtas siya. Pero ang nahuhuli, sa dinami-dami ng mga kaso, libo-libo na ang kaso na pinapatay. General, ano ang operational plan ng PNP considering that there is a new law that will implement the requirement on plate numbers, considering that there is a new law na nakalagay na kung saan sila nakalagay, nakasona sila at kung may lalabas, makikita. May plano ho ba kayong masolve yung ibang kaso dyan?
Salamat po, Mr. Chairman. Para maipakita ko rin po yung ginagawa ng ating kapulisan para ho masulbar itong mga kaso na to. Pero bago ho yun, kami ho ay malungkot talaga, nalulungkot sa ikiramay doon sa pamilya ng mga namatay. Kung papayagan niyo po ako, Mr. Chairman, Sir,
go ahead po.
Meron kaming compliance doon sa instruction niyo po last week o last hearing at kung pwede po namin i-share yung mga ginawa po namin para naman ho makakomply kami doon sa huling inutos niyo po nung last na hearing.
Yes, sir.
Okay lang po. I-share lang yun. So, ayon po sa inyong instruction, mag-submit po kami ng mga datos patungkol nga po dito sa motorcycle riding suspects, no? O involving sa suspects. At ito po yung mga na-submit namin sa inyo para din po makita ng ating mga kababayan at kasama na rin po yung mga nanonood dito. Magmula po ng 2016, sir, ito po yung binanggit nyo kanina rin. Meron po tayong nakalap na sa record po natin na 5,111 cases at papunta po ng 2017, 2018, 2019 hanggang sa ngayong taon ho ay dahil ho sa mga programa na pinapatupad ng pulis, kasama na po dyan yung aming Enhanced Managing Police Operation, andyan po yung aming Integrated Patrol System, andyan po yung aming Tactical Motorcycle Riding Units na itinayo, at patuloy na rin po kami nagdadagdag ng aming kagamitan, motorsiklo, pati ho yung aming radyo, kaya ho kahit papano ay na-improve po yung sitwasyon. Although ganun pa man ho, marami pa rin hong namatay. Ika nga ho, one life is one life too many na namatay. So, next slide please. Pagdating naman po sa sa crime clearance, ito ho yung sa bawat insidente, kung na-identify ho ba namin ng suspect at na-file ng kaso. Although hindi po na-aresto. So, kahit pa paano naman ho, kung titignan mo natin, sa bawat dalawang insidente, nasusolve po namin ng halos isa o halos 50%. Mababa pa rin po to at talaga ho nga inutuso namin sa lahat ng aming investigador na lalo pa ho paigtingin ang kanilang ginagawa para ho ma-improve to kasi sa tingin mo namin hindi pa rin mo acceptable ito. Pero kahit pa paano naman po ay nag-improve po kami. Next slide please.
Na magkakayon nakakasolve ng kaso, would you please submit to the Senate, to the Blue Ribbon Committee, the number of people you have arrested, the number of people that have gone to court, the number of people have gone to jail on the specific killings?
Yes, sir.
Napatay, para mabigyan natin ng talagang pawang magandang loob ang ating mga mamamayan. Na nalalaman natin na yung pumapatay ay nauhuli.
We will do that po, sir. Immediately po.
Opo.
Sir, if I may continue, sir.
Kasi we intend to continue this now. And I've also asked the Commission on Human Rights na sumabay sa akin dito sa mga hearing at kung may mga ganyan nangyayari, mapaabot sa ating kapulisan para matigil yan. Kasi sila, ang sinasabi nila palagi, extrajudicial killing. Ito, extrajudicial killing ito. Ang pinipilit nila, mga drugs. Bawal talaga na pumatay kahit na may droga. Bawal pumatay basta-basta. Meron tayong mga husgado, piskal, andyan ang IBP. You cannot take the law into your own hands. May due process. Hindi ko pinagbibintangan ng pulis, pero dapat maalis sa kaalaman ng tao na ang mga pulis natin, karamihan matitino, at yung mga masasama ay dapat huli. Especially nakikita natin dito lang sa Pebrero hanggang January, 7 pulis na ang napapatay. Ibig sabihin, walang exception. So kailangan po natin malaman, and we will not stop this investigation. It will be a continuing investigation until we're able to solve it together, until LTO helps us na magkaroon ng control center na nandun lahat ang plaka, until the public knows that if they lose their motorcycle, kailangan i-report nila kaagad. Kung ninakaw ang kanilang motorsiklo, kailangan i-report nila kaagad. Kundi sa bagong batas, mananagot sila. Alam na po ninyo yan, hindi po ba? May pananagutan ang mga may motorsiklo na pag nawala yung motorsiklo, para sa kabutihan rin nila yan, nawala yung motorsiklo, malalaman, mababawi pa. Ang masama, pag nawala at ginamit yung motorsiklo sa pagpatay o pagnakaw sa tao. Nasa batas po yan, di ba ba?
Yes, sir. Apo, sir.
So I would like to sit down with you and the LTO. Nagawa natin ang paraan para lalong bumilis itong nangyayaring ito. At saka tama na dyan, yung mga nakukumpiska dapat i-report, nakalagay doon sa operation center. Yung mga report na loss, damage, or stolen, owner of motorcycle shall immediately report to LTO and PNP through the joint PNP and LTO control center. Magawa lang natin paandarin yan. Malaking kapayapaan ang maatim natin sa ating bayan. Do you agree, sir?
Yes, sir. I fully agree po. In fact, kung magagawa po yun, mas mapapataas pa po namin yung aming efficiency sa pag-sulbar nitong mga krimen na to dahil mas mabilis po namin na ma-identify yung motorsiklo at kung sino po ang may-ari nun dahil na-verify naman po namin agad yung sa aming sistema at sa sistema ho ng LTO. Kaya ho, napakalaking magiging tulong po nun sa pag-imbestiga namin, sir.
There was a time, sir, na nung araw pag pinatay ang pulis, talagang sandaling oras lang mahuhuli yung pumatay sa pulis. Totoo po ba yan?
Talaga pong binibigyan namin ng prioridad yun, sir, na pagka isa pong kabaro namin at ang napatay ho, imbestigahan ho talaga, nag-create po kami ng SITG at para ho masulbar agad ho yung kaso.
But my question is, there was a time in this country, nagpupumatay ka ng pulis, mahuhuli ka at mahuhuli ka because sampal sa muka ng law enforcement yung pinapatay ang kabaro ninyo. Tama?
Yes, sir. Malaking sampal.
Sa loob ng mga kriminal kung makakapatay sila ng pulis. Tama?
Yes, sir. Talaga pong
Pulis sa West. Pagka pinatay ang West, dapat ang pulis, gano'n rin ang labas. Talagang hanapin kaagad yung pumatay ng West. Sapagat sampal sa muka ng katarungan, yung nagbibigay ng katarungan, yung ginagawa nila para ang tao hindi matatakot. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po, sir. Tama po.
At gano'n rin sa mga pare, gano'n rin sa mga doktor, gano'n rin sa mga abogado, gano'n rin sa kabaihan. Dapat mabilis tayo sapagkat yan ang pakay ng ating bayan na binigyan kayo ng pulis, binigyan kayo ng magandang sweldo, magandang gamit para mapapawi ang kasamaan ng masasamang loob dito sa ating bayan. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, sir. Tama po.
We have the solution. Gawin lang po natin yan. Gawin ninyo yung Command and Control Center. Kung dito lang sa amin sa Red Cross, lumalabas ka agad. May pumaalang doon sa Davao del Sur, alam na namin may baha. Nagpadala na kami. Umutok lang ng konti, umubo lang yung taal, meron na kami papadala kaagad na tao doon. Yan may mga kami. Yan ang hinahabol natin. Lalo na ngayon, kung may magkasakit, alam natin kaagad. Dito, pag namatay, huwag nating hayaan. Hindi pwedeng talagang ganyan. Hindi pwedeng, bayaan mo, wala nang magagawa dyan. What does the IBP think about that? Can the IBP help the Blue Ribbon, the Committee on Justice, and the PNP, and the Department of Justice put together this task force along with LTO to be sure mapapalaganap natin yung dapat gawin? Kasama natin si Mr. Lopez, Secretary Lopez, para lahat nakarehistro ang mga plaka agad ng bibili ng motorsiklo. Do you see any light in that, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we commit the help and support of IBP and the 7,000 Filipino lawyers. We have been monitoring this and we've made suggestions. We appreciate the leadership that you've shown in addressing these unsolved killings. It is sad to note that there are many good and well-meaning laws regarding motorcycles and motor vehicles being used by these murderers, but it seems many are not fully implemented. There's delay in implementation, and in some areas there is no implementation at all. It would certainly help if these good laws are really implemented, especially in the provinces, Mr. Chair. Our chapters report that have any registration plate at all. And this complicates the identification and prosecution of the assassins. And because of this growing culture of impunity, many of our countrymen no longer believe in our criminal justice system. So dapat ho, tulong-tulong tayo. We are committed to help.
Motor riders participate with us. Then it can be a self-regulation. It can be a self-fulfilling mission to get rid of people who do violate the law and allow all these killings to take place. And I am proposing that para lahat tayo magkaroon tayo ng magandang response. Yung Command and Control Center will also protect the riders sabagat may quick response to help sa central database verification. Lalo na at may nilalagay ang LTO na RFID. Para sa ganon, alam kaagad kung nasa naroon yung motorsiklo. I think it is about time. And this will be part of our mission. And that's why I invite the IBP and the Secretary of Trade and the police and the judges. I sit in the JBC that we can put together this new citizens group to put a stop finally and to make the reputation of this country better, and that we are a law-abiding country. We're a country that is involved in the rule of law. So we will do that, sir. And we will call our first meeting right away. I hope that all of you will attend because it is now time that we put a stop to all this. We cannot allow it to happen forever. I started this na pagka ang bayan ay hindi na maproteksyonan ang taong bayan. Pagka ang gobyerno hindi na maproteksyonan yung mga mamamayan, katulad ng mga pinapatay, kumisa mga pulis pa, harap-harapan, binabaril ang mga kababaihan, mabibigo tayo bilang isang estado, bilang isang bansa. Pag nagsama ang mga leader at ang tao, lalabas ang galing ng Pilipino at mapapawi lahat yung mga kalokohan na yan. Now, let me go now to the matter at hand also, which I think contributes to this malady. Pagkat kung minsan pa nagpapahiram ng pera at nagbibigay kayo ng masyadong malaking interest at hindi at pinababayaan ng LTO, ang nangyayari, pag hindi nakabayad, itatago na lang yung motorsiklo ng walang plaka. Napakaraming tao walang plaka sa Pilipinas. At kailangan yan ay mabigyan natin ng wasto na paraan. Noong isang linggo, nakikinig lahat ang dealers. Doon sa mga sinasabi ni Secretary Lopez, sinasabi ng abang lingkod ninyo, we can prove all these cases without anybody, just from the Blue Ribbon. Is that correct, Secretary, Director General?
Yes, Your Honor. We try our best.
No, my question is, we can prove it because we have the documents, right?
Yes, Your Honor. We are in possession of most of
And the
them.
documents include the very exorbitant interest rates and also the fact that it is done to avoid taxes. It is done also to make sure na yung tao na namimili ng motorsiklo ay kayang-kayang tirisin. Kayang-kayang hatakin ang kanyang motorsiklo pagka hindi siya nakabayad. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Si Secretary Lopez ay sinabi, hindi tama yan. Si mismong si Secretary Lopez, isang magiting na cabinet member, he came in prepared. Tuwan-tuwa ako. Kasi hindi kami nag-usap dyan. Dumating siya dito, he had 4,000 complaints of people na mga bumili ng motorsiklo na hindi nabibigyan ng karampatang registration, certificate of registration and OR, na hindi na nilalagay yung encumbrance at nababawasan ang buwis doon sa tinatawag nating value-added tax at saka doon sa tinatawag nating mortgage fees. Kaya yan ang nangyayari. So, ini-expect ko sana last time na magtataas ang kamay ang mga motorcycle dealers. Hindi ko sila iniibit. I just want to help them fix up the system. Para sa ganon, pag naayos natin ang sistema, hindi kayo mapagbibintangan na pinapahirapan nyo ang mga mamamayan. At walang na tayo magturuan. We know there is a problem. Halimbawa, problem number 1, o kayo, mag-comment kayo. Kapakita ko sa inyo, namili ng isang tao ng motorsiklo, may sulat kayo sa akin. At ang sabi nyo, hindi totoo na 35% or 36%. Yung sinasabi ninyo na binabayad ng tao. At sabi nyo, 1% lang. Ang totoo niyan ay, simple na lang natin. Kung ang motorsiklo binili ng 67,900, meron down payment na 4,000 agad at meron kayong 7,212 pesos per month. Per month. Magkano aabot yun? Kulang-kulang 90,000. Kulang-kulang na 90,544 ang babayaran, which is a total of 33%. So, hindi totoo yung sinasabi nyo na 1% o 1.5% lang ang sinacharge niya. Now, you explain that to us because we cannot allow that. Wala tayong usury law.
Your Honor, if I may.
And we allow you to do business and we're happy you can do business. We're happy that you can help democratize the country by this movement. But we are unhappy pag ang taong maliit, narinig yung sinabi ng tao na nag-ipon siya ng pera hindi siya makapasok sa trabaho dahil mahirap sumakay sa bus, delikado. Namili siya ng bus, namili siya ng motorsiklo, at pagkatapos ay hila pa sa kanya agad yung motorsiklo. There was one case, huling-huling bayad na lang, 4,500, inagaw pa sa kanya yung motorsiklo. At kailangan mapaliwanag natin yan. I will give you an example before I let you speak. Go ahead.
Gumawa ko ng hulugang motor na for 2 years. Super Bike Center. Pagkakuha ko ng motor, ang unang binigay sa akin, yung permit lang sa NCR lang within NCR. Kaso, ano lang yon, 1 week lang. Ginagawa, siniserox lang nila ulit, ipirma, i-extend lang nila, extend. Nalaman ko na pag wala kang hawak na original CR at OR lang, violation mo sa LTO kung saan ka pupunta. Katulad ako, may bahay ako sa Cavite. Hindi ko siya magamit kasi hindi nga nila kami binibigyan ng travel to permit na paglalabas ng probinsya. Unang person ko bumiyahe kasi may bahay ako sa 13. O, doon pa lang sa Bacor, may operation sila. Ang inilagay sa akin, no carrying original CR. Ayun, o saan ako tumubos? LTO Lipa. Hindi ako nakapasok sa trabaho para mapuntaan lang kasi paano ako mag-driver ako? Wala akong lisensya. O, magkano tubos ko? 2,500. Sabi ng kasa, sir, di namin ano yan kasi bumiyahe ka eh. Plaka ko, pag nakita mo, karton, bond paper, papalaminate ko lang. O isang hulog na lang, walang plaka. Ayaw ibigay original na CR. Ipaprocess pa raw. 2 years? Anong klaseng process yun? Kasi tinuturo nila LTO. Tapos sila, pumunta sa bahay, andito ako, pumapasok sa trabaho. Ano ginagawa? Kukunin na raw kasi hindi raw ako nagko-comply sa text nila. Katulad yan, yung sa CR, encumbered. Hindi pala nakarehistro sa LTO, nagpapagamit sila ng motor. Diba kaya nga ako kumuha ng motor para makalis ako sa traffic, mabilis ako makabiyahe papuntang Cavite. Yung pala, imbis na makagaang, perwisyo pa pala.
Motorcycle dealers. Marvin?
Hi, Your Honor po, if I may.
Yes, Marvin.
I just wanted to clarify po na the motorcycle industry kasi is extremely competitive po. There are hundreds, I think you presented din before naman na thousands of dealers nationwide. Different operations din yung nagagawa per dealer. And in fact, yung financing po ng motorcycles na sinabi mo, that's why we wrote in our letter to you po na mababa talaga yung rates namin compared to most. The financing talaga is very competitive din. May mga bangko na po tayo, world banks, may mga local financing companies. Aside from the in-house dealer po, meron din tayong mga cooperatives, and even yung mga manufacturers namin, may tinulungan silang pumasok ng mga foreign na financing na companies. So, competitive talaga yung financing ng motorcycles po. So if we were to charge exorbitant interest rates po, talagang matatalo po kami sa competition. That's why we said po na we deny na exorbitant kasi we believe na competitive yung rates namin. In fact, I think in our letter din po na binigay sa inyo, it was we attached parang a comparison ng banks na financing. If I don't know if we can share it or something. There was my
country.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You can share anything here, so we can get your side.
Yes, po. Is it visible na po ba?
So small.
Sorry. Is it visible po now?
Can you make
Sorry,
it? Can you make it bigger? You can hardly see it. Okay, that's better.
I would just hide na lang po the names because I don't want na medyo baka sabihin we're putting down other financing companies po. So for this naman po, we just wanted to present to you so that you can see na yung interest rates, unfortunately talaga, different naman yung interest rates per dealer. So I'm sure there are dealers that are expensive if that's what you say, at saka meron din namang mababa. That's what we're trying to say. So the add-ons naman, if you can see, these are bank rates and yung mga down payment levels nila. And meron pa nga yung different kasi yung mga processes, sir. So we have yung iba may mga processing fees. Of course, banks po, sometimes they may have lower interest rates, but they also have higher requirements para ma-releasean ka naman. Sa amin po kasi, since we cater to mostly yung mga karamihan din ng customers namin, to be candid, hindi naman actually ma-approve ng mga banks. That's why we've also tried na hindi ganon ka restrictive yung mga requirements namin. Yun lang po na that's what we wanted to Your Honor, we really wanted to inform you na we understand your objective and goal, and we agree with it in terms of yung sa motorcycle crimes. It's in fact sa family po namin, we just wanted to inform the chair po that tomorrow will be the 18th death anniversary of the former president of DoExam and Des Marketing po. And he was a victim of a riding in tandem na crime. So we empathize po with the victims, and we wanted to be clear na we support your objective, and we're willing to help kung ano yung kailangan na ma-contribute ng dealers on this matter.
Okay, the devil is really in the details, right? There are such things as, di ba? The devil is in the details.
Yes po.
Iba, mataas ang ida-down payment. Iba, mababa ida-down payment.
Yes po.
Pero pag siningil ninyo, siyempre, mataas ang sisingilin kung mababa ang down payment. At pag hindi nakabayad, talon-talo sila doon sa adhesion contract niyo. Nakalagay dito, promissory note. Nakalagay sa law, you have to give them a certificate of registration. Kung yung certificate of registration, hindi nyo binigay, they're in violation of law. Why? Yung certificate of registration protects you, the dealer, and protects the people who buy from you. I'm sure Secretary Lopez will confirm that.
Mr. Chair.
Meron kang binayaran, lalagay doon yung encumbrance, ang naka-encumbrance yan para hindi maitatakbo nung bumili kundi siya nagbayad. Pero ang problema, hindi nyo binibigay yung inyong certificate of registration. Hindi niya alam kung meron siyang certificate of registration. Ang pakay ninyo, and I understand that, may iba tumatakbo, maagaw ka agad yung motorsiklo para hindi mawala. Pero ang nangyayari, because wala siyang certificate of registration, ang nangyayari, hirap ng buhay niya at idadaan siya sa checkpoint, nasaan ang certificate of registration mo. Itabi mo yan. Mag-cash, sunduan tayo para makalakad ka ulit. Kukunin ko yung plaka mo. Kukunin ko yung, bakit wala kang plaka? Mali ng LTO yan. Kukunin ko yung lisensya mo. dadalhin ko sa Lipa, tiga Cavite ka, pupunta ka, nagtatrabaho ka, hirap ka na, babayad ka pa ng 2,500 pesos. Kawawang-kawawa yung tao. Ang hawak niya, promissory note na hindi authenticated yung certificate of registration. Yung promissory note, nakalagay pa doon, meron kayong compounded interest na 5%. Patong-patong pag hindi nakabayad. Kaya pag tinotal mo, mukhang mura, pag tinotal mo, halimbawa, yung isang tao namin dito, bumili ng motorsiklo, ang halaga ng binili niya ay umabot siya ng 160,000 pesos, pero ang bili niya ay nasa ayan, binili niya ng 80,333. Nung magbayad na siya, ang binayad niya ay 125,244. Malapit na siya makabili ng 2 motorsiklo. Can you explain that?
Your Honor, just to be clear, hindi po kami yung company na yan po, Mr. Chair. But for us naman, yes po, nakalagay yun sa contract. But compared to other financing institutions or even banks, alam na po ng lahat ng staff namin and even yung management team namin that we are very flexible in terms of adhering to ano yung request ng customers as long as they are still willing to pay po ng kanilang account. We can give you copies din po ng some ledgers that we have ng mga customers na ganon. I mean, hindi po habol ng dealer actually, Your Honor, na i-pull out yung unit.
Nawala yung interest rate.
Because, I'm sorry.
I will show you, sir.
Yes, yes po.
Secretary Lopez, please take a look at this. This is a promissory note. Are you saying this, Mr. Lopez? Can you flash this?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
It doesn't say how much interest he's going to pay. It just says, if you do not pay, you will pay 5% compounded every month. That is wrong. He doesn't know his interest rate. So,
Your Honor, I think the 5% that you're mentioning is not actually the interest rate that we're saying, the interest rate of the financing. It's the penalty po for delayed amortization payments that are made. When we compute that, it's usually 1 month pa po after the due date. In banks pa nga, it's on the due date if hindi ka makabayad, penalty agad.
And I'm going to the banks afterwards because the banks have so much money, and Secretary Lopez got, but they do not lend the people money. Now, you're in this business, and yes, you're not going to be in this business if it is not lucrative. It is lucrative. Do not tell me it is not lucrative. When you have a promissory note, when you have a promissory note and it doesn't say, you'll pay me interest at 1% a month, as you say, nakalagay dapat dyan. Hindi. Ang susunod na nakalagay kaagad is penalty. The monthly interest is embedded, nakatago embedded in the installment payments. Buyers are not aware how much interest are they paying monthly. Tapos kunyari, pinapipili nyo sila, wala pang motor kung gusto mo, bayad ka ng installment para makakuha ka. That's why ayaw ninyo ng credit, ng cash. Dahil pagka-installment, mas malaki ang tubo. I'm sorry, I have to be very frank. I want to help you. Maybe after this, we can sort it out. We can find out ways and means, nakikita kayo na hindi kailangan mamatay yung mga motorsiklo. I'm sure Secretary Lopez will help us with that. Right, Secretary?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We have to protect the consumers.
Correct. So, ano nangyayari ngayon ay pagka sinabing cash, sorry, out of stock eh. Pero kung gusto mo, bumili ka ng installment, makakakuha ka ng installment. You know, we're not fools here. We do our homework here. And I'm not finished yet. Ang dami-dami ko pa papakita sa inyo.
Excuse me, Honorable Chairman. This is Maricruz Lopez of Premio Corporation.
Yes, Maricar.
With regards to the Maricruz, sorry. With regards to
Sorry.
the, with regards to
I'm not
what
angry at you, huh?
I know.
Passionate.
I
I'm
know.
just
Of course,
passionate.
we're in cooperation to fix all the problems and issues at hand. I just want to make it clear that we do not practice that allegation wherein we only choose installment customers and then we don't make them sell in cash. I myself, I handle sales and marketing of our company, and I review all the DTI
Binakita niyo sa amin.
issues. And then actually, I think Mr. Lopez of DTI already said that the number three complaint was related to warranty issues, and then we experienced that we have DTI complaints related to warranty, but the warranty is the policy of our supplier, Your Honor. We just follow what the supplier advises to do. Then the second one wherein we don't sell in installment, that is not true, Your Honor. In fact, I can present to you because I always look at Facebook pages of motorcycle clubs, and we are not mentioned there at all. And I have never received any DTI complaint wherein there was a complaint against us with regards to not releasing installment. And I do not know if the DTI secretary can confirm that. But the number one complaint, though, that we receive, and I personally also even reply to the letters of DTI and LTO, is with regards to the delays in registration. And Your Honor, that one, that is beyond our hands. We always try to bring it to the LTO as soon as possible because we know how important it is for our customers that they get to use the motorcycle. That's why, Your Honor, and if you would allow me, we are very grateful that we are here in the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee because we understand that the Senate Blue Ribbon is to discuss corruption in the government, and we really have a serious big problem in LTO Region 7. As the LTO Regional Director, Victor Kaindic, has been giving a series of harassments ever since we said no to his ask of 500 pesos SOP. And Your Honor, we already have an ongoing case in ARTA. We've already also submitted our complaint in PACC. We've also discussed this also with the LTO Central Office. That's why I'd like to thank, I know Asek Galvante is here. In fairness to him, Your Honor, he has really looked into our complaint that while the problems of LTO Region 7 was happening, there was a memorandum wherein we were allowed to register in other regions, Your Honor. Our ARTA complaint has all the evidences, Your Honor, wherein the LTO Region 7, headed by Victor Kaindic, hostaged hundreds of our registrations up to 8 months. He even required these customers' personal appearance before him when it should be us, the dealer, to claim the ORCR of our customers. But instead, he required them to go to Region 7 and sign affidavits basically saying it is our fault that we did not release their registrations. And Your Honor, just to also explain, as I know the committee is to help the procedures of LTO, I know it is our responsibility to make sure that registrations are registered within 5 days. But Region 7 also caters to sales coming from Dumaguete, from Siquijor, from Bohol. So imagine these customers, Your Honor, that they would be asked to go to Region 7 Cebu just to claim their certificates of registrations, Your Honor. That's why I hope that the Senate Blue Ribbon could also look into our complaint and how we can fix red tape in the LTO. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Maricruz. But I will look into that. I promise you. Pati ako sinasama nyo dyan kasi kumpare ko si Kaindic. Politicians, we cannot deny na nilalapitan kami. Bukas may kakasal. Hindi ko pwedeng sabihin hindi. Lahat yan, isang araw may kinasal. Ako rin ang ninong. I am not going to back out and I do not tolerate any kumpare na luloko. First, let us be clear about that before you start bad-mouthing me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My point here is, because lumalabas sa inyo yan eh. And I'll tell you something, I don't need Mr. Kaindic to prove the case against all these malpractices that are being committed. For example, can you explain to me why in your contract, pagka yung tao ay hindi na makabayad at walang abogado, ang babayad niya sa inyo ay 10,000 pesos. 10% kagad, 10%. Pag hindi nakabayad doon sa abogado, wala pa sinisigil yung abogado, ito na naman yung sinasabi natin mga singit na deal, 10% of the principal amount, interest and penalties as attorney's fees. Pagka gumamit kayo ng abogado, 25% ang bibirayin nyo. So, dagdag na naman yan. Panay dagdag pahirap eh. Sunod-sunod. Hindi, pinagtatanggol ko rito. Hindi si Kaindik. Hindi ko pinagtatanggol kahit sino. Kaya nila yan. Galing sa Philips general manager yan dati. He can very well protect himself. Ang pinagtatanggol ko rito ay yung taong bayan na bumibili ng motorsiklo na walang plaka. Bakit walang plaka? Pag may plaka, kailangan magbayad ng buwis. Ayaw nila pakita na nagbayad ng buwis. Dahil babayad ka agad sa kayo ng value-added tax. Tapos mayroon ba kayong babayaran doon sa, kung may utang, babayad pa kayo doon sa tinatawag na mortgage fees, yung lien, yung encumbrance. Hindi nyo ginagawa yan. Kaya nangyayari, walang plaka. Kaya nakita nyo yung kanina, yung kalbo, yung matandang kalbo kanina, ang sabi niya, ang tagal-tagal ko na, hindi binibigay yung plaka sa akin. Hinuhuli ako kalan, hindi ako makapagtrabaho. Alam ko, talo ang maliit sa inyo. Marami kayong abogado, maraming tumutulong sa inyo. Hindi naman kailangan ganun eh. Pwede naman ninyong luwag-luwagan because it is very lucrative. Imagine you were able to sell 18 million motorcycles in the country. That is not lucrative. You can ask any child, 18 million motorcycles in the country. Ang lakas ng kita, kaya kayo naandyan lahat. At kaya kumikita dahil ang daming nakatago. Halimbawa, nakalagay dyan, dapat i-submit yung law 5 days. Dapat nakalagay na yung rehistro sa LTO. Ito record ko, papakita ko sa inyo. Nakalagay dito, ang invoice date, 16 December 2019. Kailan nilagay yung sa LTO records? Anya ba si LTO? General Galvante, 16 December 2019. Sa LTO records, sumabas 20 February 2020. Ilang 5 araw yung lumampas doon, ang dami. Paano nakakalusot yun? Dapat pag namili, 5 days bigay. At siya pa, bakit yung pinayagan na magkaroon kayo ng monopoly dyan? In combination in restraint of trade, you have a monopoly that is called Beardo. Ang tawag ko dyan, Weirdo. I call on the attention on the professor from Zambeda, Yusek Yebra. Dami mong pangalan, ha? I call your attention. Gumawa kayo, and I call the attention of Secretary Lopez. You create an association among you of dealers, allegedly kasama ang exporters, pati yung mga ganyan, at walang makakapasok doon sa LTO, kundi yun lang. Si Juan de la Cruz cannot go direct to the LTO and say, give me my copy. He will not give it to you. He will not give it to him. He has to go through you. That is combination and restraint of trade. Manufacturers, assemblers, importers, rebuilders, dealers, and other entities. Hindi lang kayo ang papaspasan natin dito. Yung dating HPO, yung HPG, ang daming hinihingi ng dating HPG sa mga motorcycle manufacturers. Kala nyo hindi namin alam yan? I don't listen to one man. I listen to everybody. I do my homework. I cut my teeth in doing my homework. So don't appear to me like angels. You are businessmen. Crash, unadulterated businessmen. And I allow you the profit of your labors, but the profit should be reasonable and not the expense of sucking the blood out of the poor. Yung may hirap. Sa inyo mga nakatago na sinasabi nyo, no, wala namang interest yan eh. Kunti lang yan eh. 1%. O, nasaan? Pakita mo. O, yan o, nakalagay dito. Do exam. I'm sorry ha, hindi ko nagagalit. Nagagalit sa akin ang asawa ko, papagalitan ako mamaya. Do exam. Yamaha. Mayo Aerox. Cash. Nakalagay. SRP. Secretary Lopez, what does SRP mean? Suggested retail price, hindi po ba?
Just a retail price, Mr. Chairman.
95,000 versus installment for 36 months at 4,184 per month plus down payment. Magkano yan? 160,624. Ang price difference is 65,624. Konti na lang, dalawa na ang motorsiklo niya. Makatarungan ba yan, Secretary Lopez?
Mataas so yung interest.
Mataas ang interest.
Mataas so yung interest.
Sobra-sobra. Ay, naku na ano. Mababait naman ang itsura niya, Marvin. Si Marie Chris, dapat gentle. Pero, act it. You know, you can make your money and people will love you. If you know, you cannot take all the money when you go to heaven. Baka mahulog sa impyerno yun. Huh? You cannot take that. And you know what? Because hindi makabayad, ibebenta yung motorsiklo, wala namang rehistro, ipapasa hanggang mabenta sa isang luko-luko, nagagamitin yung motorsiklo para pumatay ng tao. Pwede o dipindi? Gagawin yan. Dahil hindi na makabayad, babawiin ko. Benta ko. Benta mo ulit. Ito, magagamit natin ito. Parang baril lang hindi nakalisensya. Ito, gagamitin niya pampatay. Patay tayo. Marami pa yan. You know, nakakalungkot. I think you're young people and you know me, I encourage young people to become entrepreneurs. And I respect you. Believe me, I respect you. You've done your job well. You've gotten a successful one. It's now time to say, as Michael Corleone says, the Corleone family will become legal. And they never got legal in The Godfather. You're not violating any law in terms of usurious transaction. Tinagal na yung usury. Dati, you go beyond 12%, that's usurious already. Ito naman, boss, 45%, 36%. Nasa konsyensya nyo na yan. Unconscionable. Yan ang nakalagay sa batas. Sa Consumer Protection Law, anybody that takes advantage of the ignorance, ayan, or you know, shall be under Article 52 of RA 7394, Consumer Act, an act or practice shall be deemed unfair or unconscionable whenever the producer, manufacturer, distributor, supplier, or seller, by taking advantage of the consumers, ayan, nakalagay, yan ang ginagawa nila. At ano yung advantage? The ignorance, the poverty, the lack of education, the anxiety to keep up with the Joneses. Na makabili ako ng motorsiklo katulad ng kapitbahay ko. Hindi na siya mag-iisip. So you take advantage of that desire. That is really unfortunate. That is unfortunate. And that what do you have? A lot of people nakamotorsiklo. Alam nyo, nag-survey ako. Sa building lang namin sa Red Cross, 40 of them do not have their certificate of registration. Pumunta ako doon kahapon sa isang nag-tie up kami sa isang mall. Lahat ng motorsiklo nakita ko halos walang plate number. Where is government? Undersecretary, ano pangalan niya? Professor? Attorney ano? Yebra. Para kasi Yeba nung araw, Villegas. Where is the government here? Ayan, Hindi makita for registration. Ayan, for registration. Oh, sige. For registration. For registration. Ang dami nakaparada rin isang araw. Pinakuna ko na litrato. Lahat for registration. Ayan.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Revilla.
Yes, Bong. Senator Revilla.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, regarding doon sa registration, dahil up to now, confused pa rin yung marami sa ating mga kababayan. Ano? Until now, kulang pa rin yung mga plaka na tatanggap ng ating mga riders. Yung mga nagbayad na sila ng buo sa kanilang mga motor, wala pa rin ang mga plaka na to. Ano pong ginagawa ng ating gobyerno dito? So out of 15 million, I think only 1.5 million ang may mga plaka.
Alam mo, para tayo, Senador, nagkagulo yan noong panahon ng nakaraang administrasyon. Kumuha sila ng kontraktor. Hindi nagkatapusan. Nasa pumasok ang sunod administrasyon, hindi nagkatapusan. Alright? Dapat bayaran ng gobyerno yung nagbayad ng certificate of registration at kainin na yung cost ng certificate of registration. Tayo nakadiskanso, gobyerno, dapat bayaran nila yon. But even arguing for what it is, nakalagay sa batas ko yan, you can use the Bureau of Prisons, Muntinlupa, you can use lahat ng preso. We have several, 8 or 9 prison systems that can make the plates. But they won't do that. Ewan ko kung bakit. Baka kulang sa cash, sunduan. Oh, kita mo?
Kasi, Mr. Chairman, no, ang nagsasuffer dito, yung mga tao, traveling without the plate, huhulihin ka ng pulis. Hindi naman nila kasalanan na wala silang plaka. They're the ones suffering.
Yung nga pinaglalaban natin dito.
Kaya nga po, Mr. Chairman, that's why we really have to do something about this. Kasi itong punot dulo na lahat ng gulo na to eh. And then ditong mga, sabihin natin, yung riding in tandem na yan, they will take advantage of that situation. Dahil kung nandiyan na yung mga plaka na yan, noong pa natin hinahanap, dapat siguro mas naiibsan yung problema dyan. And I think, ako, at this point in time, may problema tayo sa mga plaka-plaka na yan. Dapat siguro yung police visibility, yung mga police natin, lumabas kayo sa kalye. Huwag kayong magtago sa loob ng opisina nyo. Para ma-solve natin itong problema dito sa crime. Dahil talagang alam natin, si Senator Gordon, ever since, talagang naninindigan dyan. Dahil pamilya niya, biktima nitong riding in tandem. Kaya ako, may mga kaibigan na, mga malapit sa atin na napapatay itong riding in tandem. Pero talagang kulang at kulang tayo. Saan ba tayo nagkukulang? So, sa tingin ko, hindi lang plaka makakasolve dito eh. Ang makakasolve dito, yung mga pulis natin. Magpakita kayo sa lansangan para masolve natin ang problema nito at hindi yung nagsasuffer itong mga maliliit natin mga magmumotor. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just a correction. My father was killed by a gunman allowed to escape from prison. The 3 attempts on his father's life were done by people who were allowed to escape from prison using cars and using fires to draw him out. And to a certain extent, you're partially right. That's why I am really zealous about this. Yung pumatay sa kanya, hindi nahuli. Sumakay ng motorsiklo, ng tricycle, walang plate number. And in Olongapo, there was a witness who said, huwag kayong maniwala. May pieces sa ilalim nung bahay nung pumatay sa tatay ko. Andyan ho yan, nakatago yan dyan. At doon namin nahuli. And when I became mayor, isinumpa ko sa lahat ng Panginoon na lahat ng jeep o tricycle sa Olongapo magkakaroon ng color code, may body number, bawat driver may pangalan sa likod para pag subakay ka, kilala mo yung sasakyan mo, kaya tricycle ka, may pangalan ka sa likod, at may listahan kami, central file na nakalagay lahat ng dilaw, etong may-ari, eto ang driver, eto ang operator. Walang crime. Walang crime sa Olongapo until now using motorcycles.
I agree with you.
That's what I've been trying to fight for the last 20 years. And
Right.
finally, we've done it and it's not being implemented. And that's why I brought all these people here para marinig ng mga tao kung paano gagamitin. Nakakadagdag, pag hindi nagbayad, hindi na makabayad, itatakbo na yung motorsiklo. Foul. Kawawa naman yung nagbebenta na dealer. Pero foul, bebenta nyo sa masamang loob, gagamitin pampatay. Kaya dapat isolve. At ang pulis hindi ko masisi. Ang tawag ko dyan, you take a bite out of crime. Ang pulis dapat nakikiusap sa local government na tumulong yung mga barangay, katulad ng mama na yon, yung binaril, hindi mo nakita ang tabong, 5'2". Habang tayo doon sa Juan, sa Pampanga, binalikan ng riding in tandem. Bino mo, walang kamuhang-muhang yung tao. Wala naman masamang ginagawa. Binaril 4-5 times. At ano nangyari? Ayan, no, papakita ko sa iyo ulit. Ayan. Oh, binaril siya. Tatrabaho siya. Alitit ang sweldo. Ayan si Joey Santos na barangay chairman. Talaga naglulugsa siya. O bakit? Ayan, o, tingnan mo. O, ayun pa yung bisikleta. Araw yan. O, pinatay. Dahil lamang sinabihan, magsuot kayo ng mask. At babarilin pa yung isa. So, kung ang lahat, sabi ko kanina, I call on Secretary Anyo, get up on your desk and take a look and smell the flowers. Dapat makita nyo na yung walang mga bulaklak, yung mga walang plaka, kumihin. Dapat makita ninyo na ipairal itong batas na ito. Ang dami nating batas, hindi pinapairal. Yan ang problema.
That's right.
Hindi pinapairal. Kaya kailangan matapos na ito. And that is why I'm calling on all the others here to help us get rid of this. Talagang masamang kanyan. I will not blame all of you there. You're businessmen. I'm happy you're in business. You create jobs. But how can the people who buy your motorcycles, namili sila para makatrabaho sila, para makadeliver ng pagkain, para makapasok sa pabrika, para maihatid nila yung anak nila sa eskwela, kung naman nasa napakamahal, hindi niya naman nire-regulate, konti namang pasensya. Dahil, my gosh, anong sabi mo kanina? 96, ang bili ng motorsiklo ay alam mo, may kasama akong tiga-UP rito. Palay ko, hindi nag-aaral sa UP itong kasama ko eh. At hindi pinapakita kagad, natataranta. Ang bili niya, 95,000 at ang binayad na interest, 160,624. Kahit sa weteng, hindi ka tatama ng ganyan. Grabe naman yan. So, total yun. From 64, ang binayad niya 160,000 or a difference of 65,624. Of course, the banks will never lend the money. The banks, wag lagi ka ng pera sa bangko, 1% lang. Maswerte ka na kung makakuha ka pa eh. Ayan o. O, ito na lang, papakita ko sa inyo yung isang tao na bumili ng plate number ninyo. Go ahead, ng motorsiklo. Yan. Konting bilis. Sa Chinese. Kwai, kwai.
Yung motor ko, year lang, 2021. Bali, ang dealer ko, Motorcycle City. Nung kumuha ko sa nilang motor, sales invoice. So, hindi ko maiuwi sa motor ng sales invoice lang. Kailangan ko ng travel permit. So, binigyan nila ako ng travel permit.
Para makita naman yung law. Sa sales invoice. Papakita ko kayo. Ang binibigay nyo, sales invoice. Not the certificate of registration. That is a violation of law. You have to give the original. Ayan ang binibigay nyo, sales invoice. Kaya, huhulihin ng pulisyan. Right, Professor of Sambeda, the eminent Professor Yebra. Yebra. Can you please answer me, Professor Yebra?
Yes, Mr. Chair, tama po kayo. Kailangan may original ORCR or even at least an
Correct. Kaya bilib ako sa inyo mga tiga Sambeda, magagaling. Pero kailangan enforce natin. So yan, kita nyo, sabi ng babae, binigay lang sa kanya invoice. Okay, tuloy mo na ngayon. Yan. You know, we do our homework.
Ay nako, gusto ko rin malaman kung bakit walang in-converse na tinatawag nga po. Ngayon nga, narinig ko, so magtatanong ako kay dealer, bakit walang ganon. So nadi-disappoint ako doon.
Walang encumbrance. Walang nilagay doon sa papel. Dapat nakalagay yun sa Certificate of Registration. Dapat nagbayad yun. At pag ni-report, sabihin ko sa inyo, ang racket dyan, Director ng BIR, LTO, dapat ang naka-record dyan, yung charges ay dapat yun ang binayad in cash. Dapat yun ang basis for the value-added tax. But the price of the motorcycle is not 95,000 which is recorded, it is 165,000. And therefore the 12%, yun ang dapat makuha ng gobyerno para may pambayad tayo pambili ng COVID medicine. Is the BIR there? And there is a memorandum also from the LTO that says, papakita ko sa inyo lahat, ang memorandum ng LTO, you can no longer do anything without putting the encumbrance on the motorcycle if it is not paid in full, if it is installment. That is not followed. In line with that, I want the LTO to show me all copies of the certificates of registration that are being paid in installment and that are being paid in cash. And I want a comparative performance by the BIR to show me that they are paying the value-added tax for the charges in full. Am I clear? General Calvante. Oh, is there an answer? Every certificate of registration, you have to have an encumbrance. What does the BIR collect? Is the BIR here?
Sir, Attorney Barcelo.
Yes, Attorney Barcelo, please.
Hello, please. Misa-misa na lang namin kayo nakikita eh. Nakamute mo. Ay, hindi naman. Okay. Yan. Alexis, yan.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Naka-zoom sa atin. You are muted. Muted.
So, kasabihan lang yung kusinera niya tumahimik para makapagsalita na kayo.
Information can be... If that information can be given to BIR, Your Honor, those were given certificate of registration, meaning sale transaction or installment transaction, then we can counter-check that or cross-match that with our collection, for instance, on the VAT, Your Honor.
Right? It can be done. Correct, sir? It can be done.
Yes, Your Honor.
So I would like
Yes,
you to
Your
do
Honor.
that. Start with this year and last year. I will give you an example and I can send this to you. Here is DES, do exam. I don't even know you guys. Wala akong pangalan na kilala dito. Sorry. Pero I have what they call a cash sales invoice here. 95,000 ang nirehistro sa LTO. Attorney Barcelo, are you listening? There it is.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Now, I'll show you another one. They paid 4,000. And they paid under the promissory note, they paid, ito, papakita ko, I'll give you a copy, 160,624. Where do you now get the value-added tax, sir? From this one or from the promissory note?
Your Honor, on the it depends on the transaction, Your Honor. If this is a cash sales transaction, then they have to declare that as a gross sales for the period in which they got the sales, no, the cost. And if it is a installment,
Attorney Marcelo, I'm not giving you two different documents. They
Yes,
are
Your
the
Honor.
same transaction, same person, same dealer. On the one hand, on the promissory note, they promised to pay 162,000. 60,624. But on the registration of the LTO, this is Graft and Corrupt Practices Act par excellence. They only put in 95,000. Question to the BIR. Matutuwa yung classmate ko, si Sonny Dominguez. Sino i-charge nyo dyan? Ha? Sino? I-charge nyo yung 162,000.
Yes, Your
Yun ang
Honor.
totoo, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor. The gross collection.
Yun ang 12%. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor, Your Honor.
Hindi yung 95,000. Eh bukod dyan, nagbigay nga ng 95,000 na karehistro, wala pang nakalagay na certificate of registration na binigay. O ba paano naman yan? Saka bakit may promissory note kung total cash ang transaction? Ngayon lang ako nakakita niyan in all my born days as a lawyer. May I ask the IBP President, can you understand that? May I ask Professor Yebra, Undersecretary, may cash transaction ka tapos ang ibibigay mo, promissory note?
Mr. Chair, I understand kung wala pong utang, dapat wala pong promissory note.
Correct. Walang utang, bakit ka may cash transaction? Ha? My God. Oh, ang dami na. These are the indicia of corruption.
Senator?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, may we ask for a copy also of those documents? Kasi one of the complaints we filed with LTO Region 7 kasi they conducted illegal searches on some of our stores, and we were actually suspicious of certain videos and documents. So
you may.
Can we just have a copy then?
Of course, sir. Of course.
Yes. Thank you very much.
That's fair. That's why I displayed there. Everybody saw it, right?
Yes,
you saw it, right?
Yes, po.
Oh, there you go. You can have it. We'll send it to you.
All right. Thank you, po.
In the meantime, I think it's only fair to ask, what's his name? Vic Kaindek. Mr. Kaindek, would you like to reply? Go ahead. Do you want to reply to all these allegations against you?
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, and the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee. I actually have a prepared statement, but perhaps where I'd like to start is really to say all of this started when somebody from the private sector went to government 3 years ago. I am the regional director of LTO Region 7, appointed I assumed the role in January 2018. And if you will allow me, Mr. Chairman, let me just read my statement and then I can proceed with presenting a few slides that would perhaps enlighten everyone about the issue being raised on this forum.
Please make it short because we don't have too much time. But if you will allow me, all of you, just in the interest of transparency, because sinasabi nyo, kumpare ko si Nick, by the way, si Marcos at saka si Makapagal magkumpare. All right? I just want to say this. Mr. Kaindek was kind enough to tell me that he was estranged from his father. That's why he got me his ninong. I was not the ninong of his children in that wedding. Mali kayo. I was acting as a surrogate father because nag-aaway sila mag-ama, because sa pagkaintindi ko sa kanya, hindi ako nakialam. Yung tatay niya sinasabi, yung ibang tao nangungurakot sa gobyerno, ba't di ka bangurakot? Hindi ako kumibo. Ang sabi ko, sige, ako'y aapir na lang as the tatay of your son. And that's it. Transparency. Ha? May mga ganyan eh. Later on, I would find out that they have been estranged from each other. Wala tayong magagawa. May mga ganon. But as far as I'm concerned, go ahead, Mr. Kaindek. Just go ahead and submit whatever you want to submit. And I will ask the other side to submit whatever they have to submit. Be that as it may, I am not satisfied with the answers. I am not happy with the documents that I'm seeing here. That all smack, kung may usury law under the Quran, lagot kayo. Under the Quran, prohibited yung mga usurious transactions. Haram yan, haram. Tayo lang kunyari Catholic country tayo, pinapayagan natin yung usurious transactions. Tapos, ang masakit pa sa atin, ang dami-daming pera ng mga bangko, hindi pinapahiram dahil kailangan meron kang collateral. Kawawa talaga tayo. Kaya hindi tayo yayaman. Yung mga may-ari ng bangko, nagpapahiraman na lang sila. At kaya lumalaki na lumalaki yung iba, yung mga may hirap hindi lumalaki. I'm sorry, sir. That's how I feel. I've served this country far too long to hold up my punches. Go ahead, sir.
Ayan, Mr. Chairman, I will skip my opening statement. I will just go straight to present this slide to everyone here. I am being accused of holding off or harassing the Du family in a way to pressure them sa mga rehistro nila allegedly. The numbers that I'm showing here show the years from 2019 and 2020, bawat kumpanya nila na nagparehistro sa Region 7 po, Mr. Chairman. At face value, kung titingnan mo, 2019, 44,600 yung pinarehistro nila. Noong 2020, significantly nag-drop ng 37% to 27,986 transactions. At face value, parang ang pinaghirapan sila. Pero ang totoo niyan, kung titingnan natin sa baba, ang total transactions ng LTO Region 7 noong 2019 umabot ng 190,377. Their total transactions of the Du Group represented 23.4% po. But in 2020, the total transactions of LTO Region 7 dropped significantly to 105,253. Tumaas na po ang share ng Du Family Group sa total registrations na ipinapasa nila sa LTO Region 7. Tumaas po ng 3.2%. That comes, Mr. Chairman, with their own statement that admitted that they were already transferring registrations of the motorcycles that they sold within Region 7 to other regions by virtue of the authority given to them by the Assistant Secretary. My numbers are solid. Second, Mr. Chairman, in 2020, the total motorcycles registered of that total in 2020 sa Region 7, sa 105,352, 134 lang po ang na-register as encumbrance sa record ni LTO. That, Mr. Chairman, I think simplifies the argument. Now, and I hope, Mr. Chairman, that these figures should put to rest the argument na hindi sila pinaprocess LTO. Let me just get to the crux of the matter and why they really hate me so much, perhaps. But I'm happy to have met Ms. Marie Chris Lopez here on this platform and in this forum, Mr. Chairman. She appears to be a very nice lady, but it's the first time I've met her. But this particular slide will show you that no less than a poster taken inside a store of Du Exam or Des Marketing Group, nagsasabi na mismo 4 to 5 months ang rehistro ng LTO. Yun lang naman yung inimbestigahan namin, Mr. Chair. Wala na ho kaming ginawa, kundi inintindi kung bakit ang mga tao hindi nakakatanggap ng mga rehistro nila sa amin. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair. And I hope that I'm able to present a very objective perspective of the situation being lobbied against me, Mr. Chair.
Question from Amy Marcos, Senator Marcos. We entertain everybody's questions here. And I'm glad that you all can meet so that you can I hope you can meet in a better time. But here's a letter from President of the Senator Amy Marcos, dated 18 February 2021. Mr. Chairman, I send my profound apologies and regret to tell you that I could not personally attend to the hearing scheduled today, since there has been a scheduling mishap, and I will also be presiding another hearing under the Committee on Electoral Reforms and People's Participation. However, I humbly request and leave it to your knowledge and discretion to pursue the following questions, and I will now. 1. Is there finally an update regarding the COA report? Is COA here? Because I can tell you, Senator Amy, the COA still has not given me the report.
Yes, Your Honor.
Huh?
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, we've followed it up with them every day since the previous hearing, and they have not yet submitted up to today, Your Honor.
So follow them up again. If you have to write a letter to Chairman Ginaldo, I would appreciate it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Despite it being a required submission last September 2020 as part of the budget deliberations and even after repeated requests by the committee, where is the COA report? What is so mysterious about this delay? 2. May we hear from the side of LTO's Regional Director for Region 7, Victor Caindec, regarding presidential spokesman or spokesperson Harry Roque's assertion that corruption charges has been leveled to your office? Mr.
May I
Caindec?
reply, Mr. Chair?
The question is, may we hear from the side of LTO's Regional Director for Region 7, Victor Caindec, regarding presidential spokesperson Harry Roque's assertions that corruption charges have been leveled to your office?
Mr. Chair, as of this time and on record, there is only one case that has been presented against this representation, Mr. Chair, and that is the investigation being pursued by the same Du family at the Anti-Red Tape Authority. And in the initial presentation of the case, Mr. Chair, they included a statement that was not sworn na nagsasabing may corruption or extortion. However, the refiled case, after we questioned the procedures, the timelines, was amended, and only a delay of registrations and processes are being presented at the ARTA. That is all, Mr. Chair.
And there is no corruption charges filed against you. There's nothing filed against you.
None, Mr. Chair.
Has there been a case filed against you before the LTO or the DOTR?
There was a complaint that was filed, Mr. Chair, but it was not a validated complaint, but I still nonetheless submitted my replies both to the DOTR and to the LTO and presented all relevant documents being lobbied or at least presented in those complaints, Mr. Chair.
Now, will the concerned motorcycle dealers also, well, I've already explained their side. Marvin, do you want to speak? My aide has asked me that you want to speak.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Please go ahead, Marvin. Marvin is
kasi-
the chairman of the board, right?
Yes po. Yes po.
Mr.
Kasi
Frank.
there were... I'm sorry.
Mr. Frank Sinatra. Okay, go ahead.
Your Honor, I just wanted to clarify kasi there were many allegations na there were many people daw, big people na behind this, ganun na allegations. When the harassments actually first started, we sobrang stressed lahat namin. We really called up everyone na halos kakilala po namin. From my college friends, dorm mates, ganun.
You were very good. You're very good. People were calling me and I said, don't bother me.
Sorry po.
I was getting calls from Cagayan de Oro. I was getting calls from Cebu. I was getting calls from my best friends in your behalf. And I said, don't bother me.
Sorry
I don't
po
take
talaga.
calls about this.
Yes, we just wanted nang naman na marinig niyo yung side kasi yun nga to be candid, well Atenista din po kami and you were always one of the parang major figure sa dorm po nung time namin. Especially nun sa Olongapo ko pa nun, sure.
All right, thank you. But don't drag the Ateneo into this because you're a man for others, ha?
Sige po, sir. Anyway, sir, yung nangyari kasi dito, we really called up as many people as we could na lang po. Kasi the harassments were actually really difficult for us. In our 40 years po of business, we've never experienced this level of harassment na umabot ng ganito. I hope Asek Galvante can attest to our conversations then. We actually filed complaints din sa office niya. And one of the things that he did mention sa amin is wag lang natin palakihin. Walang media hype, and he will try to help us resolve the issue. He did help us po, Mr. Chair. Yung mga registrations po namin, especially yung mga umabot ng 8 months na hinostage po ni RD Ka-Indec, these are all po in our filings with ARTA, na-release po ng mga LTO. In fact po, mga tauhan po inside the new registration unit, pinalitan po yan from my understanding ni Asek Galvante. So, the reason why we never did file, we understand din kasi na sobrang haba ng proseso ng ombudsman. And then, other people were telling us na meron na yan kaso si RD Ka-Indec with the ombudsman. In fact po, one of the news clippings that we read before is yung father pa po niya yung parang nag-file ng ombudsman case against him na parang papa-lifestyle check daw siya, ganyan. So we were hesitant talaga na i-file din sa ombudsman yung case namin. But kasi po umabot na ng ganito, his harassments have escalated na po, na umabot na ng national level.
Marvin,
Yes po.
I don't want to go into your personal quarrel because you have all the lawyers and you have all the avenues. You have a very influential family. Even my friend Harry Roque should be here, and I want him to get a COVID shot so he will calm down.
We actually wrote to the...
He's that close to me. But I'm telling you this. Your problems there can be solved among yourselves. But I do have problems, and I would like you to resolve that problem. For example, I don't know why Secretary Galvante is not talking about Merdos. That is a combination in restraint of trade. Lahat kayo magkakasama dyan. And then, kung maghihingi ng plaka yung tao, kailangan dumaan sa inyo. Nakalagay yan. It is in the charter of the Merdos. I find that weird.
Mr. Chair, may I clarify that?
Under the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act.
Mr. Chair, may I clarify that?
Isulat ko sa inyo.
Kasi, may I clarify that?
Go ahead.
Kasi the Merdos system, I know Merdos stands for manufacturers. Ganun.
Yes, I know that.
Yeah. But yung process
manufacturers, assemblers, importers, rebuilders, dealers, other entities.
Yes, the registration process.
Manufacturers have also come to me and complained early on with the Highway Patrol. I'm sure you know that, right?
Yes po. The Merdos office po is not composed of dealers. It's actually an LTO office po. Yung Merdos just refers to the dealers, but all transactions and registration is with LTO po. It's not with the dealers.
Of course. You are the one facilitating it. That's why I was so upset last week. Sabi ko, glorified fixers.
No po. Can we explain the registration process? I think one of the corporations had mentioned that here. I think Ms. Janine Du has a presentation po na mapakita niya yung registration process, and you can see po na hindi po yung participation ng dealers is very minimal in the throughout the registration process. Kami pa nga, yung trabaho lang po namin na binigay sa amin is actually to encode the sales transactions.
Marvin, you're from Ateneo, ha? Kakantsawan tayo ng mga tigalasal nito.
Bakit po?
Ingat ka. Nakalagay dito 10 August 2020. You can put this on the board.
Yes.
This is an LTO memorandum to all regional directors, all assistant regional directors, all chiefs of regional directors division, all chiefs. 10 August 2020. Secretary Lopez, please take note. Under Secretary Yebra. Gusto ko yung Yeba eh. Televisa kasi yun eh. Kung mabait ito si Professor Yebra. Marami ka ba sinising ko sa Zambeda?
Sakto lang po, Mr. Chair.
Consistent with Administrative Order number ABT 2014-024, which prescribes that initial registration of brand new motorcycles shall be done only at the regional office where the sale of the particular motor vehicle is reported and for the convenience of accredited dealers. You are hereby directed to accept sales reporting and initial registration transactions of motor vehicle dealers accredited by another region. Ako, magulo ito. Provided that the following are complied. Geographical areas are adjacent. A letter request must be submitted by the concerned dealer and consequently approved by the regional director of the preferred region. In addition, plate assignment shall follow the series assigned to the region processing its initial registration. All previous orders or issuances inconsistent herewith are deemed amended or superseded accordingly. Edgar Galvante. This is a very powerful group. You're the ones processing all the plates, even for those registered in another province. Magulo yan. Nagparehiso ka sa Lapu-Lapu, yung pala nasa Bohol yung motorsiklo kukunin. Eh magulo yan. Huh?
Yes, that's exactly what we wanted you to understand po na mahirap talaga yung registration process and it's not the dealer's fault. Can you give us an opportunity?
So it is the fault of the LTO then. Pinayagan yung dealers. You know, you should never have entered into that because you will be seen as influencing under the anti-graft law. You are actually intervening in the work of the government. Because of your influence, you're able to register motorcycles that has now become very, very controversial. Oh, would you like me to read it? Ayan, oh. Article 30, Republic Act 3019, causing any undue injury to any party, including the government, or giving any private party any unwarranted benefits, advantage, or preference. Preference, ha? In the discharge of official, administrative, or judicial functions. Ito kay Asek Galvante ito, tignan nyo yan, baka tamaan kayo dyan. Through manifest partiality, evident bad faith, or gross inexcusable negligence, this provision shall apply to officers and employees of offices or government corporations charged with the grant of licenses or permits or other concessions. So, ang nagbibigay ng grants of licenses ay ang LTO. Now, F, neglecting or refusing after due demand or request without sufficient justification to act within a reasonable time or any matter pending before him for the purpose of obtaining directly or indirectly from any person interested in the matter some pecuniary or material benefit or advantage, or for the purpose of favoring his own interest or giving undue advantage in favor of or discriminating against any other interested party. Nakakatakot ito mga sinasabi dito, ha? And then, but dealers have the control as to when they will encode and register the motorcycle. I already showed you that. Pinasa yung 3 months before, nilagay lang yung code on February 10, pero nabili 16 December. Pinasok lang February 10 na. At saka, ang nakalagay sa law, very clear, dealers shall submit to Director of Land Transportation Company, Board Commission, not weirdos, not the mayor dues. Dealers shall submit to Director of LTO report concerning sale, transfer, or any other transaction involving motor vehicles within 5 working days from sale. Who gave Galvante the right to amend this law? You cannot amend the law by administrative order, sir. You have to follow the law. Bakit ang dealer ang pupunta? Pag nag-complain yung operator ng motorcycle na namili, ituturo siya sa mayor due. Ayan, di wala na. Hindi na siya makalapit. Oh, do you allow that, Mr. Yebra? Yusek Yebra? Is that allowed by the Department of Secretary?
I believe, Mr. Chair, that we strictly follow the law. So, with this, Mr. Chair, titignan po namin mabuti yan at kami po ay action appropriately, Mr. Chair.
Please do. Bawal yan. Now, if the President was aware of this, do you think he will countenance it?
Mr. Chair, can I?
I'm asking a question to Professor Yebra.
Okay po.
Do you think he will countenance it? I'm telling you already. I just spoke to him the other day. He's aware of this and he said, basta graft and corruption, biray mo. Yan ang sinabi niya sa akin.
Tama po kayo, Mr. Chair. I don't think the President will countenance any violation of the law, especially in the Executive Department.
Dealers delay registration to ensure that buyers will fully pay all installments. Kawawa ang buyers. First 6 months is critical. Pag hindi nakabayad, tepok. Kuha na yung motorsiklo, wala na sila. Kawawa yung mga nagmamanayon ng motorsiklo rito. Tuwan-tuwa. Ang dialogue dyan, honey, nakabili na si Tasyo, yung kapitbahay natin ng motorsiklo. Makakabili tayo dyan. Naku, baka mahirapan tayo, honey. Hindi, kaya ko yan. Bayad ng bayad. Nung hindi na makabayad, inago na yung motorsiklo. Pagituloy mo nga lang yung sa Cebu, yung sinasabi ng babae na kinuha doon sa bata, yung kanyang motorsiklo. Pakituloy lang, konti bilis yan. Ayan, no, pakinggan nyo.
Store guide, kaya kumuha ko ng motor. Yung nung time ng pandemic po, hindi na po ako nakapagbayad noon. Starting March, then until July. Then July, may trabaho na ako doon, nagbabayad na naman ako ulit. Tapos, yun na, hinihingi na nila sa akin yung bayad, yung nung time ng pandemic na ilang months. O kinuha nila yung motor, mami. January 18. Wala kasi ako sa bahay, ma'am. Tapos yung motor ko, iniwan ko lang sa bahay sa amin. Tapos ang nakatira dun sa amin is yung anak ko, panganay, which is 16 years old. Tumawag yung anak sa akin na kukunin daw yung motor. Sabi ko, wag mo ibigay. Tsaka wag kang pumirma dyan kasi underage ka. Tapos yun, pinuntahan ng kapatid ko. Sabi ng kapatid ko na hindi kami pipirma dyan kasi wala yung kapatid ko na nagmamayari ng motor. That time, umalis yung kapatid ko. Tapos yung anak ko, di nila talaga tinigilan. Pinipili talaga na pirmahan ng anak ko yung papel. Kaya natakot naman yung anak ko. So pinirmahan niya, tapos kinuha nila yung motor. Sabi daw ng exam na hindi daw nila ibibigay pag hindi ako nagbibigay ng full na bayad doon.
Ano po yung papel na pinapirmahan doon sa anak ng 16 years old?
Hindi rin niya alam, mami. Wala kasing binigay na copy din sa amin. Sobrang sakit po. Kung pwede lang ako mag-absent sa work ko, pinuntahan ko na doon talaga si do exam. Kaso, ngayon kasi sa work ko, hindi pwede muna mag-absent. Mama, ang pinaka-worst, yung pinipilit ba nila yung anak ko na underage, yun yung pinakamasakit. Parang na-trauma yung anak ko pag may...
That is a problem. Now, let me ask you a question here. Again, I will parse the law for you. The promissory note says that woman, to get back, para makuha niya yung motorsiklo, kailangan magbayad siya ng 5% tax. Compounded interest. Compounded interest sa lahat ng every month na hindi niya nabayaran. Lalaki talaga yung babayaran niya. Hindi niya na mababayaran. Addition contract yan. Pumirma lang siya. Of course, there's a dictum that the courts will not protect the stupid from entering into a bad bargain. But that is not an excuse for us na siya ay anong nangyari dyan? They take advantage of the consumer's physical or mental infirmity, ignorance, illiteracy, lack of time. Hindi siya makapunta dahil may trabaho siya, or the general conditions of the environment or surroundings, may pandemic tayo, induces the consumer to enter into a sales or lease transaction grossly inimical to the interest of ng babae yan, kawawa naman siya, or grossly one-sided in favor of the producer, manufacturer, distributor, supplier, or seller. Ayan, nakikita niya. In determining whether an act or practice is unfair and unconscionable, the following circumstances shall be considered. That the producer, manufacturer, distributor, supplier, or seller took advantage of the inability of the consumer to reasonably protect his interest because of his inability to understand the language of an agreement or similar factors. That the transaction that the seller or supplier induced the consumer to enter into was exclusively one-sided in favor of the seller or supplier. Now, I will ask my good friend, I like him because he's a professor in Zambeda, Justice Yebra, perhaps Secretary Lopez. Hindi ba pag bumili tayo ng ng motorsiklo, hindi mo ba tabayan? Kailangan nakalagay sa law na ginawa namin, meron kayong certificate of registration. Tama po ba yan?
Mr. Chair, tama po. A copy or an authenticated copy po.
Authenticated copy, tama yan. Hindi pwedeng Xerox copy. Hindi po ba? Now, pag hindi binigay yon, liable yung dealer. Tama po ba yan?
Hello, Mr. Chair, may liability po.
May liability. In fact, I'll even cite it to you. Janine, I'll be right with you. I will call you. Now, whose protection is the encumbrance? Is it not for the protection of the owner of the motorcycle, the dealer? Kaya may encumbrance?
Yes. Mr. Chair, good afternoon.
I'm talking to Commissioner Yebra. He's a professor par excellence of law school, Zambeda. Protection ng dealer rin yun, di ba?
Protection of the creditor, Mr. Chair, para hindi pa ma-dispose ng owner. And
right. Protection rin nung may-ari na bumili. Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So pareho silang pinoproteksyon ng gobyerno. The government is wise. And it protects also third parties na bibili na kung wala yung encumbrance, maluloko siya na meron na palang may-ari ng motorsiklo. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, Mr. Chair, opo.
So sa mga tweet, kung hindi sinusunod yun, naglulukuhan tayo rito. Now, kaya may penalty yan pagka hindi sinunod. Now, isipin po natin ito ngayon. Kung yan ang gagawin natin, ay walang OR, CR of the motorcycles. According to the DTI from 2020 to 2021, they received complaints regarding ORCR of motorcycle na 2,628. Hindi binibigyan ng ORCR, yan lang yung nag-complaint directly. What are we gonna do about them? Marami yan, milyon yan. Milyon yan. They are aware of the nice, halimbawa, ito nakalagay sa isang advertising na Motor Trade. Pakita nyo nga, please. Motor Trade, nakalagay. Free registration. Can you please put it? Bigyan nyo ko ng number. Ayan. Nakalagay, free registration for installment only. Walang cash. Or get less 2,260 cash discount with free half face in helmet for cash buyers only. Pag cash, ano ka konting discount. Pero mangyari ay lugi-lugi talaga yung bibili. Dahil nag-arimuhan na siya doon sa crash helmet na kalahati. Pero ang totoo niyan, free registration, ini-encourage yung bumili by installment. Why is that? Di ba totoo na pag nag-installment, mas malaki ang ibabayad ng bumibili ng motor? Naintindihan ko yan. Negosyo yan. Pero pag installment, di ba totoo, mas malaki ang ibabayad di hamak ng namimili ng motor? Kaya yung mga example ko, binayaran ng 160,000 yung 95,000 peso na motor. Di ba? Yan ang example ko kanina, pinakita ko sa inyo, may papel yan. At ang diferensya ay 65,624 pesos. ang ilalabas ng mahirap na nagpapatakbo ng motor. So ayaw nyo ng cash because yung cash, walang installment. Yung installment, malaki ang pera. That's a business practice that I refer to the Secretary of Trade. Makatarungan po ba yan? At talagang tinatago nila, hindi nila nilalagay doon sa Certificate of Registration. Mr. Secretary? Secretary Lopez? I had another meeting. But anyway, Secretary Yebra, looks like
Good afternoon,
Who's that?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I am Ruth Castello, Undersecretary for Consumer Protection of the DTI. Mr.
Oh,
Chair,
nice to
you,
meet you. Nice to
Secretary
meet you.
Lopez.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Chair.
Would you like me to repeat?
Mr. Chair, I would. The transaction is highly unconscionable, Mr. Chair, and punishable under the Consumer Act, Mr.
There you
Chair.
go. Please tell our friends here na yung mga ganyan, unconscionable yan. Hindi dapat pinapayagan yan. Dapat may mangyari na rito yan. I'm glad that there were announcements from DTI na mangyayari yan. Because ultimately, papasok at papasok dyan ang disgrasya ng tao. Ano po? Yan kailangan maaaring mangyari na talagang pag hindi na makabayad, itatakbo at yan ang mangyayari. At yan ay under Article 52 of the RA 7394 of the Consumer Act of the Philippines. So my friends, yan ho ang problema natin. I think it is not unsolvable. Marvin, kayong mga magkakapatid, hanapan nyo ng paraan bago kayo makipag-away. Paggawa ninyo ng paraan para naman magkaroon ng services yung mga mahirap, lalo na kayo, may pandemic. Hinihila nyo, di na makakapasok sa trabaho yan. Paano sila makakabayad kung hinihila nyo? Yes, go ahead. Who's that?
This is Jeline po from Desmark.
Jeline, do.
Yes po, Jeline
Yeah,
po.
you're the sister of Marvin again.
That's right, sir. I just want to clarify, sir, about the concerns about the delayed registration kasi yun din po yung concern namin kasi kawawa rin po yung mga customers namin. Kung if I may be allowed lang po, sir, the reason po, yung problema po kasi is yung role po lang namin talaga is magdala po yung customer registration documents over to the LTO. But doon po kami nahihirapan sa simula pa lang po. Like at the beginning po, kailangan kunin namin lahat ng documents and dalhin namin sa regional office po ng LTO. So if yung customer po natin bumili ng Sikihor, kailangan pa po namin ipadala through the courier yung mga documents over to Cebu City. And that can take po up to 5 days. Right now, alam po natin na mahirap kayo magpapadala with COVID, kaya nagde-delay na po yung pagdating ng documents. And when it gets po to the nearest branch to the regional office, kailangan pa po magpapaschedule pa rin po kami ng appointment with the LTO to submit the documents. And right now po, the available schedule in Region 7 is only Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays to submit the documents. And that's capped to 10 dealers lang po. So kailangan po maghintay pa po kami ng approval ng LTO na pwede na kaming pumasok sa office para mag-submit ng documents. So at that point po alone, ang nangyari po kasi last year, hindi kami makapasok sa LTO office para po mag-submit ng documents at magpasa po ng rehistro ng mga customers namin. So that's why po it took almost over 8 months for some of our customers to receive their ORCR. And I think that's evidence po in our complaint na makikita po nyo na may mga iba't ibang dates po yung nakalagay sa OR at saka CR. Kasi po, after po we've submitted all the documents and then the LTO processes it, we have to wait again for the message from LTO na pwede na kaming magbayad. So we go back to our office after we've submitted the documents. It might take another 3 to 7 days po ulit bago kami makabalik, bago kami sasabihan ng LTO na pwede na kayo magbayad. And that's the stage po na babalik kami ulit sa LTO office. And it's required po na cash yung babayaran namin. So we bring our cash to the cashier who signs on the transmittal. After which po, we go back to our office again and then we wait for a message from the LTO na available na po yung ORCR, which is another 10 to 12 days po from the time we've made the payment. So as you can tell po, sir, it's very hard to be able to meet the 5 days po na from the time of sale na mabibigay namin yung ORCR. We're really just the middleman po in this process. We're just facilitating it in behalf of our customers na matanggap nila yung ORCR.
But I just cited to you 3 months. That's not, that's unconscionable already.
That's right, sir.
There are many
That's
cases na mas matagal. Now, let me
Opo,
ask, direct
Senator.
to Region 7 because obviously lahat kayo, galit kayo sa Region 7. Lahat kayo magkakapatid. Region 7, Mr. Kaindek. Totoo ba yan?
Mr. Chair, we have already submitted the results of our investigations.
Can you get close to the microphone, please, so we can hear you?
Mr. Chair, I have already submitted to the LTO Central Office the results of our investigation. And these are just samples of the incidents which contribute to some of the concerns that are being raised by these leaders. Let me point, for example, very
But what is
specific.
causing the delay? Is there a delay from your office?
Sir, allow me to finish the statement. The corporation of Desmark themselves made a letter to us, made by their lawyers, complaining about 40 records that were not being released by LTO Region 7. When we audited the records that were complained, no less than by their lawyer in a letter sent to LTO 7, the records were discovered to be encoded by Premio Corporation, another entity accredited by LTO Region 7. Kaya nga po, we have been trying to explain to them that if they do not comply to the proper process, which are all defined under the mayor-dose system, requiring proper authorization of their people, requiring that the access of their people into the DIY system, kasi po sila pong nag-i-encode, sinabi na po nila Mr. Chair. Kung sila pong nag-i-encode at yung mga tao mismo nila, ini-encode yan sa maling branches, by the time na nagre-reconcile ang LTO, talagang hindi namin mahanap, Mr. Chair. Hindi na nga sumagot yung lawyer nila nung pinadalhan namin ng explanation.
If I may, Janine, no? You can solve this by having a computer system set up. In the Red Cross, we had a problem initially. Kinukuha ng Coast Guard yung mga results ng exam. Pero mali-mali yung encoding. Mali-mali yung encoding ng CIF.
Mr. Chair, if I may clarify.
May I finish first? May I finish? I'm just trying to answer this. I'm trying to help you.
Yes, po.
Kung mali-mali yun, dapat merong magaling na bata na nag-aaral sa Xavier, nag-aaral sa University of Galen in Switzerland. Inayos na yan. Nung naayos na yan, may QR code na, lahat na. Pag sinulat nila yung data, wala nang mali. Kasi kung mali, ibabalik ng computer. So to my mind, yan ang nagiging problema. But anyway, that is something that I'm sure the LTO can look at it. No? But here's the thing. The LTO is supposed to undertake a complete, faithfulness to the law. And the law says 5 days. No? Kung mali yung sinabit nyo, hindi talaga mamimit yung law. Kung nilalakawan kayo, hininga kayo, mali yun. Dapat filean nyo na anti-graft. Pero kung delay, because mali yung sinasabit, may problema tayo. So, ang tanong ko sa inyo, dapat ayusin nyo yan. I think that's the problem, kaya kayo nagkakagulo. But let me also say this. Talagang lugi talaga ang namimili ng motorsiklo. Because unang-una, lahat ng contract nyo is in English. English, hindi maintindihan. Ako, lawyer na ako eh. Sa dami ng mga nakasabit doon, babayad ka lang abogado. Kahit na hindi mo kailangan yung abogado, babayad ka lang landiga na, ano magkano bayad? 10% of the amount. At pagkatapos pagka nagkaroon ng gumamit ng abogado, 25,000, 25%, aray-aray talaga yan. Hindi naintindihan ng tao yan. At tignan nyo naman yung contract nyo, wala naman nakalagay na interest eh. Ba't kayo gumagamit ng promissory note? Hindi kayo gumagamit ng deed of sale. Dapat siya nakalagay, o babasahin ko sa inyo. Tignan nyo, tumatalong kayo kagad eh. Pakibaba mo. The first installment Ayan o. Date, place. For value received, we jointly and severally promise. Ang tindi nito, jointly and severally pa, promise to pay due X sum incorporated over the sum of pesos blank in numbers and in letters of Philippine currency. Down payment in the amount of pesos blank. Upon signing and the balance in so many equal successive monthly installments of pesos. Installment, the first installment to be paid on blank and the succeeding monthly installments on the blank day of each and every succeeding month thereafter until the amount is fully paid with interest on each unpaid installment for total overdue amount at 5% per month compounded every month computed from the due dates. Where is it here that states na ang babayaran niyang interest ay 1% or 2% or 3%? Nada. Why? So, why nakalagay yung interest? Wala rin. Di kabalo. Ano sa Bisaya yun? Di kabalo. Di ba? Malilibugan sa mahihilo. Ano tawag yun? Malibog ba? Malilito. Di ba? That is the point. So, the paper alone that I just showed you is really unfair. Unfair to the Filipino consumer. It takes advantage of his lack of education. All right? Ito pa, talo kayo dito talaga. Under Act 1956 of the Civil Code. Medyo nakachamba ako dyan, naka-94 ako sa Civil Code sa bar. No interest shall be due unless it has been expressly stipulated in writing. So wala kayo nakalagay na insurance dito. Ang nakalagay dito, penalty kagad. So ina-assume nyo, hindi magbabayad. Hinahandaan nyo na hindi siya magbabayad. Penalty kagad. Naku naman, no? Kahit saan nyo dalhin yan, matatalo kayo. The practice of having interest that is hidden in the contract is deceptive to buyers. Buyers are not aware of how much interest they are paying in their monthly installments. Itong practice na hindi nakalagay, Ate Janine, sorry, hindi kayo naglalagay ng interest, nakatago, ay talagang deceptive. Pandilin lang sa mga buyer na hindi aware kung ilan talaga ibabayad nila. Kaya mabubulagan na lang sila pag dumating yung interest. Ayan. Hindi yan. Tapusin ko lang para hindi ma-break yung tent ko, no? Ayan. Yung sinasabi natin dyan, paliwanag nyo. Dahil lugi-lugi ang tao I would like to side with the dealers. I am pro-business. Pero kung ang business, maloloko ang tao, sorry, maghiwalay tayo. Okay? Would you like to say anything about that? Yes. Is that Marie Chris?
It's Jeline po.
Jeline, all right.
Yes, I'd like to clarify po, sir, that there is a separate disclosure document which complies with the Truth in Lending Act. So doon po naka-indicate po yung interest.
Why do you have so many documents? That is what we call in law as carpet bombing. You're bombing him with all kinds of documents. Hindi niya na maintindihan kung anong tama.
I think we're just complying po with the law.
No. Walang requirement na gano'n. All it says is you have to say that the interest is para malinaw.
Correct, sir.
And then you say this is the penalty pag hindi kayo nagbayad. Pag tinagalog ko, bibili ka, ang interest dyan, pipirmahan mo yan, eto, in the first place, bakit promissory note? Pwede ka mag-promissory note, okay lang. Pero nasa ng interest? Wala.
Yes, sir.
Wala yung penalty.
Ina-explain po namin yan in a separate document. And when we do our briefing po, like say, kasi Vismin po kami, marami po kaming branches sa Vismin, nagbibisaya po kami. And then yung mga briefing po namin we also provide documents in Bisaya po para mas maintindihan po ng customer.
Pero walang kopya si buyer
No, yung briefing po meron po binibigyan po namin ng customers. So doon po naka-explain yung detalye kasi alam po namin mas mahirap po yung
I will repeat again what President Magsaysay says. Those who have less in life should have more of law. Those who are short in education should be given the proper briefing.
Yes, sir. And in fact, sir,
the facts speak for itself.
yes, sir. And in fact, sir, it's very important for us, sir, to have happy, satisfied customers. Kasi just to share po, karamihan ng customers namin are repeat buyers. So gusto po namin talaga na maintindihan po nila yung detalye. And masasayahan po sila na service na binibigay namin. So it is in our own interest
good
for
business.
ma-explain namin.
That's good business practice.
That's what we really try, sir.
That's good business practice for so long as they can pay. But if they suddenly they went into hard times, do you have any idea how many motorcycles have been taken away from them since COVID started?
Sir, we're one of those po that we deferred all of our payments po to match
I'm not
po
asking
yung
that.
lockdown period.
That's Carpe, I'm asking. LTO, pagka sinurrender yan, dapat papalit ang certificate of registration yan. Ilan kaya ang naisauli? Major General Galvande, you've been quiet. Kindly speak up because, sila sabi, when you have too many documents, you can overwhelm a buyer. Where is the Undersecretary of Trade? Hindi ba, pagka masyadong maraming document na titignan, hindi ba nalilito yung buyer? Madam Undersecretary?
Mr. Chair.
Huh?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, the promissory note itself, I'm a lawyer myself, Mr. Chair, but it will be very difficult to understand the promissory note that was flashed here. So lalo na po yung mga non-lawyers or mga hindi pa nakapag-aral na bumibili ng motorsiklo sa kanila, sir.
Can we in the DTI help out by having posters saying bago kayo bumili, tingnan nyo mabuti yung dokumento ninyo, Tagalog o kaya patigyan nyo sa lawyer ninyo because mas malaki ang gastos pagka nasabit di ba?
Oh yes, Mr. Chair, we can do that as part of our advocacy. But just to let you know, Mr. Chair, we are currently conducting public consultations on the payment scheme specifically of motorcycles. All other consumer products, Mr. Chair, but actually specific for motorcycles, that they cannot impose the payment scheme that the consumer decides to use, Mr. Chair.
That's very good of you.
Mr. Chair.
Commendable. Very commendable. Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The IBP will be very happy to work with DTI to inform the prospective buyers and to educate them through our radio programs in our 87 chapters and also in postering. We can work with DTI, Mr. Chair.
Sa General Galvante?
Egon.
Sino? Egon. I'm sorry. I didn't see you. Yes. Please do that, Egon. I'm sorry.
Yes, so if we can work with Secretary Mon and Yusek Castello and DTI, we will assign a project officer so that the IBP network can help educate the prospective buyers. Kasi nga ho, maraming hindi rin nakakalam. Ang daming nagtatanong.
Ano nyo, it's keeping up with the Jonases, di ba? 18 million. Nagkaroon yung kapitbahay natin, bumili na rin tayo. Bahala na si Batman kung hindi natin mabayaran. Ganun nangyayari dyan So it really is a good business. And, we are happy that you succeeded. But to those to whom much is given, much is also required. All right? General Galvante, are you there already?
Mr. Chair, this is RD Kaindek for Region 7.
Mr. Kaindek, are you? Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Just very quickly, before the good assistant secretary speak now, sir. We would like to
Kung
also...
kayong katabi dyan, pwede nyo tanggalin yung mask nyo. Masyadong muffled yung dating ninyo.
Sir?
So it's General Galvante, all right. Thank you very much, General.
Sir, sa LTO revision, sir, since we are being always accused of having delays, no, we would like to point out, and let me just very quickly again show another document, just a few seconds, to show why sometimes nagkakaroon ng delay. And this is the document, sir, that I would like to present, where the date of the actual sale to the buyer is significantly different from the time reflected on the date of the invoice that is being submitted to LTO Region 7. Hindi po nagkakatugma. Kunwari, naibenta siya ng, let's say, first week of December. Yung resibo na nagre-reflect ng pareho-parehong pangalan, pare-parehong motor, pare-parehong numero ng resibo, napipetsa na sa ibang araw. Kaya nagkakadelay. So, the point is, they will tell their clients na sa LTO yung delay. Nandyan yung delay sa kanila, sir. That is exactly the point of the show cause orders that we sent, the resolution that is now pending before the LTO Central Office. Because we want to tell our dealer friends, or let me reiterate this, Mr. Chair, we are not anti-business. We want to correct the system that has been wrong for so long because everybody thinks that the processes that they have been implementing are normal. Now, if we cannot correct it at this time, and I'm open to talking to them and every representative that they will bring to explain to them that this is the right way moving forward. The system of LTO will work well, but it has to have the cooperation of the dealers. Yeah, no, very clear, Mr. Chair. Iba-iba ang petsa, nagkaparehong transaksyon. Ang sinuniti sa LTO, mas bago yung petsa. And we have these documents already filed in our resolutions, and I will not bother anymore this committee with those details, Mr. Chair. But we wish to reiterate that we want to work with our partners to ensure na yung consumer ay protected. Nire-release nila yung motor, hindi pa narehistro. Sasabihin nila 60 days, minsan 3 months, minsan 5 months. It's not fair to LTO. Now, I hope, Mr. Chair, that our message is clear. We want to make sure that the consumer, the buyer of those motorcycles, will always have their certificates of registration with them when they use their motorcycles. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Yes, okay. General Galvante, did you want to say something? Nakamute kayo, General Galvante. Nakamute kayo. Secretary Galvante, you have no audio.
I cannot.
Can you ask your aides to help you, please?
Mr. Chairman, while Asset Galvante is fixing his audio, is it okay if I say something also to what RD Kaindek mentioned earlier about hindi nagmamatch yung dates when we DIY? Because that's exactly one of our complaints, because Region 7 did not allow us to conduct DIY from March all the way to July until we sent so many letters requesting that we should be given access to DIY. Because of that premium alone, we had, like, from the top of my head, around 900 registrations just sitting in our branches. We couldn't register because we couldn't enter the DIY system because we were forbidden to do so. And when we were finally allowed to do so, there was that schedule pa na 30 minutes per day, then it became MWF. And then if, like, right, even here now, I have an example which I can show it later, that there's this customer wherein his we were only able to enter around Feb 4 because the harassment started around December, wherein parang hindi na kami everyday na napapa-DIY. So Feb 4 na DIY, then we also paid for it on Feb 4, but the date of OR was already March 6. And then his unit was then impounded, saying na dahil wala siyang registration, when in fact we already submitted it to LTO Feb 4 pa lang. And then on it was only on June 8 wherein the ORNCR was released to us. So the delays are not with us. That's why we just want to defend that part also, Your Honor.
I'm letting you defend yourself. I've given you all the leeway, but you keep harping on the same thing. And that's very unfortunate because I'm trying to find a way kung saan talaga ang problema. There was an explanation na kung minsan mali-mali yung mga statements na binibigay nyo. That's one. Mr. Galvante, Mr.
Yes, Your Honor. If I may, Your Honor, can I now be heard?
As a Galvante, I've been waiting for you kanina pa. But
Yes, sir. Kanina po sir ako nagsasalita. Na-interrupt lang ng iba.
Hindi.
No.
Ha? Wala kayong audio kanina. So let me just have Kaindek answer the allegations, please. And then I'll get back to you. Go ahead, Mr.
Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Kaindek. What do you say to the...
Maraming salamat po, sir. I guess the owners should be able to fully understand the process of the merdos and not rely on the feedback of their own people if they really want to know what is wrong with it. They sent us 500 letters. We replied to all these letters, and they could not even confirm to us that the registrations that we have released to their own people have been received by their own customers. I do not want to belabor the Blue Ribbon Committee again, sir, of all these details because we have already submitted extensively the explanations, the discoveries, and the results of our investigation, Mr. Chairman. As it may, I would like to invite again the Du family, if they're willing to fully understand the details of how they should transact with LTO, because they have already provided the LTO with their representatives, but it appears that by their statements, they do not have a full and clear grasp of the processes that are required for them to efficiently transact with this agency. So I hope, Mr. Chair, that this statement is clear. We have been trying to bend over backwards to understand very well how to help them. But unless they properly comply to the processes, that they do not fix or tamper with their invoices, that they are forthright in the presentation of their documents, that these documents are complete, then we will not be able to help them accelerate these things. However, Mr. Chair, again, I would like to inform this Blue Ribbon Committee that the details of this investigation, the resolutions we have presented, are with the central office for their evaluation and decision para malaman po kung tama po ako o mali. Pero sa 4 na beses po ako nagpadala ng mga briefings to report on the progress of our investigations. Not once was I told na mali ako or I have no authority or that we are taking the processes the wrong way. So, yun lang po, Mr. Chair, at maraming salamat po.
I just warn everybody, this is not he says, all right? This is an investigation and I want to keep it that way. If you have any problems with Mr. Galvante, you're all brothers and sisters operating the same business. Magkakapatid kayong lahat. Ang complaint niya palagi si Kaindek. Si Kaindek is only part of a department headed by the Secretary of Transportation, si Secretary Artugade. And then you have the undersecretaries, and all the undersecretaries have said you're out of line. Even the Department of Trade says you're out of line with all your contracts. These are adhesion contracts that we call in law na hindi maintindihan ng tao. You carpet bag on your papers. Hindi nga ako nagkikibo because talagang very lucrative talaga yung negosyo nyo. Marami kayong kinikita dyan. Hindi ko maangal doon. Wala naman kayo sinasabi na ang sinasabi niya lang, yung handling ng papers. There is the ombudsman. We are not the ombudsman here. We're trying to solve a problem here. Kaya lang kumisan, nakakapika because ako, apektado ako doon sa mga pinakapatay ng tao. Apektado ako doon sa inaapi yung mga tao. Dapat siguro, maintindihan nyo, talaga may nakikita naman. Katulad dito, tatanungin ko lang, Secretary Calguante, after this, I'll ask you. Yung babae na kinuha yung motorsiklo doon sa anak, kaninong kumpanya yon? Kaninong kumpanya yan? Nagtatrabaho yung babae, pinagsisikapan niya, nagkaroon ng pandemic, hindi siya nakabayad. Sabi nyo, nagbibigay kayo ng pagkakataon doon sa mga hindi nakakabayad dahil sa pandemic. Pero kinuha nyo. Nung kinuha nyo sa bata. Minor. Minor, yun lang. Tanungin ko yung IBP. Mas magaling sa akin abogado yan eh. Attorney Cayosa. Pag kinuha sa bata yon, tama ba yan?
Hindi po.
Di ba in-abuse yung minor doon? Di ba may coercion yun? You try to be so clean. Hindi naman kayo, the documents don't show. I don't want to side with anybody here. I am known for that. I just want to solve the problems of our country here. I want to help solve. So, kaya ako, very polite ako sa inyo lahat. Pero kung palaging back and forth, hindi nyo nakukuha yung gusto nyo doon, ba't di kayo mag-usap? Ano ang problema? Ako, ayoko talaga yung meron kayong combination and restraint of trade. Yun ang tingin ko talaga doon. Dahil hindi makaangal yung may-ari ng motorsiklo directly sa LTO. Kung meron ganon, aangal, madidimanda si Kaindek. Lumapit ako, hindi mo ako binigyan ng certificate of registration. May kaso ka. Pero kung ilalagay nyo doon sa sila tawag ninyong mierdo,
Mr. Chair, are you suggesting we talk to Mr. Kaindek?
No, I'm going to talk now to Secretary Galvante because she's been very quiet. Kanina ko pa siya tinahanap. Ay nagkakaroon siya ng problema. Secretary Galvante, go ahead please. I will ask the question then. What are you going to do about this? Are you going to continue with Mirdo? Are you going to address the problems na pinakita ko na maraming delayed due sa certificate of registration? Are you going to instruct all your LTO na pagka yun ang papel na pinakita, huwag namang huliin yung tao, kukunin yung lisensya, aabot pa ng Batangas, Tigakabiti siya, magbabayad siya ng 2,500? Wala pa po ako doon sa lisensya, papasukin ko yan. Wala pa po ako doon sa tinatawag ninyong bagong sistema na papasok yung mga sasakyan sa inspection. Ang dami nagagalit dyan, yung PMBC. Pag-usapan natin ito para matapos na tayo dito. Sir? Mr. Secretary, I've told you last time, and I've told you time and again, I have the highest respect for you. Pero tingnan niyo muna yung mga tao na kapaligid sa inyo, baka niloloko kayo dyan. Sir?
Hello, Your Honor.
Hello, Your Honor too.
Paliwanag ko lang po, habang wala yung plaka, yung pong kopya ng ORCR, sapat na po para patunayan sa kung sino man ang nagsisita na legitimate o legal yung kanyang paggamit ng kanyang motorsiklo.
That's an order that you're going to make now.
Gusto ko po sanang talakayin muli yung MERDOS. Ito po yung requirement.
Sandali lang po.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sinabi kayong importante. Ang sinasabi nyo ngayon, pag nagbigay na kayo ng ORCR, wala nang sisita. Kailangan yon authenticated. Yung ORCR, tama po? At dapat yun, nakalagay may encumbrance. So binabago nyo ang gagawa kayo ng panibagong administrative order which can be justified because hindi pa ready yung plaka. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, Your Honor. Pwede po
Okay.
namin gawin yan.
Ikaw nagsabi na, hindi ako nagsabi.
Hindi nga po, yung kasi yung encumbrance, hindi naman po kami naglalagay ng encumbrance eh.
No, but you can require that. Because lolokohin yung records niyo kung walang encumbrance. Kung may encumbrance yan, papasok sa record niyo charge or cash. Charge invoice or cash invoice. Papasok sa inyo yan. Tingnan po ninyo yon. Doon kayo nadadali, pati ang BIR doon nadadali. I am directing the BIR to work with Secretary Galvante para hindi mabawasan yung binabayad na tax sa gobyerno natin at hindi maipit ang mga mamamayan natin na gusto magkamotorsiklo. Pwede po ba yun, Mr. BIR? Mr. BIR. I'm calling the attention of the BIR. Attorney Barcelo ba? Calling Attorney Barcelo. Ako. You know, we're all here working hard. Do not leave us. I will put you in contempt. So help me God. Dr.
Sir, there's
Barcelo,
also
are you there?
Attorney Tansinko from BIR who was present a while ago.
Where's Attorney Barcelo?
Yes, Sir Larry.
Ayan, sir. Okay na, sir. I'm here, Your Honor.
Why don't you answer?
I'm here, Your Honor.
We're all hungry here. We've been working since 2 o'clock this morning, you know, to prepare for this hearing.
Yes, Your Honor. We will really appreciate, Your Honor, the coordination, and we are ready to coordinate with the agencies to address this issue.
The chair is only trying to help you get the correct taxes because now Secretary Galvante is now saying, and I will show you a document here that says, again, I will show it to you, that says they paid 98,000 pesos. Right? Asan yun? And then ang talagang binayad is 160,000 pesos. We have the document here. Tayo kayo dyan. Ito, do exam. Ang binayad sa Yamaha, ang binayad sa SRP cash, 95,000. Yun ang nakalagay na cash na binigay. No? Attorney? Ayan o. Ito. Ayan o. Ayan. Nandiyan na. Ayan na o. Will you please keep all the papers in order? 95,000 yan sa kaliwa. Pero ang nakalagay sa promissory note is 164,000. I already asked that question. Lugi ang gobyerno dyan, correct? Attorney Talsinco. Attorney Barcelo. You already answered that kanina. Are we correct, sir? Or are you changing your answer?
Your Honor, if that income is declared in their return, then that will be subject to appropriate taxes. The problem is if they did not declare that in their return, value-added tax or income tax return.
Or under
Sir, the registration with the LTO must reflect the sales with the taxes with BIR. Isn't that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi yung pagka kayo pumasok sa gobyerno, nag-tax audit kayo, sabihin nyo anong cost of goods niyo, tapos anong cost of goods sold. Cost of goods sold minus the original cost is the tax, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
O, yun lang sinasabi ko.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
Yun lang sinasabi ko. Ngayon, sasabihin nyo ngayon kay Secretary Galvante, yan ang binigay ninyong papel, hindi nag-uugma doon sa promissory note, hindi meron na kayong mahuhuli, right? Ngayon, gusto nyo maraming mahuli?
Yes, Your Honor.
Gusto nyo maraming mahuli?
Yes.
I'm asking you, gusto nyo maraming mahuli? Say yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kung gusto nyo maraming
Yes,
mahuli, mag-advertise tayo, lahat ng nagbayad ng motorsiklo, dali nyo yung papel ninyo, at lalabas lahat yan, mahuhuli nyo lahat yung hindi nagbayad ng correct taxes. Tama po ba yan? Oo. Pag kayo nagkakamot ng kamay, wala sa kamay yan.
Yes, Your Honor, through the conduct of audit, then we will be able to determine the declaration.
You can conduct a motu proprio audit and you
Yes,
can
Your Honor.
also publish everything. You can also publish everything that from the following dealers, nagbayad kayo, I want to see the actual receipt because niloko kayo. Wala tayong pambili ng vaccine kundi magbabayad dyan. Tama ho?
Tama. Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Oh. So you're going to cooperate with LTO. Secretary, Director General, Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
Take note and make sure we have letters to that effect.
Yes, Your Honor, we will comply.
You look like a justice of the Supreme Court today. Justice Kimbo.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, having said that, let me now ask Secretary Galvante. Now that gagawin niyo po yan, kailan naman po matatapos yung mga plaka na hindi niyo nagawa? At ano po ang gagawin nyo? Gagamit na po ba kayo ng mga muntinlupa? Gagamit na po ba kayo ng mga yan? Alam nyo sir, may complaint pa. Rudy, di ba may complaint? Doon sa paggawa ng plaka, may nagko-complaint dyan sa opisina?
Oo, no, may kontrata na tinanggal yung kontrata, na may delivery, hindi tinatanggap ang delivery. Madami silang masalimuot
Yan, sir. Hindi ko
suliranin.
pakialaman dyan. Secretary Galvante, did you hear that?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Konting paglilinaw lang po.
Sige po.
Ang may away po doon sa delivery, yung magkasama sa ano. At in fact, meron pong ipinail na kaso. May pong ipinail na kaso at isinasama ang customs kung paano nakalabas yung plaka. In fact, nandito po yung sa aming planta. Hindi namin magamit dahil po doon sa question.
Ay dapat po siguro.
Pero
samahan ko kayo, dalhin na natin sa ombudsman kung pinalusot sa customs.
yes, Your Honor. Pero yung pong sa bagong kontrata, nagpapatuloy na po ito at sinasagawa po yung puspusang paggagawa ng plaka. Isa lang pong hingi namin, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
While totoo po yung kailangang dagdagan yung machine, yung pong kailangan siguro natin yung mas mabilis, kaya po ang meron kaming isasubmit na dagdagan yung binili naming robot plate making machine para mas mabilis po ang rate ng production.
Naglalabi na naman kayo for more money.
Pinopurso na po namin yon. In fact, gumawa na po kami ng sulat para mag-coordinate sa Bureau of Correction kung paano natin maisasagawa yung nasa batas po na pwedeng gumamit ng labor galing sa mga inmates sa Bureau of Prisons, Your Honor.
Nasa batas po yan. Nasa batas. Pwede
Yes, Your Honor.
Kung kailangan nyo ng budget, isulat nyo po yung budget nyo. Ibibigay ko kay Congresswoman Cayetano, Senator Cayetano at saka kay Senator Angara.
Maraming salamat po, Your Honor.
I am your supporter. Kailan lang ayusin na po natin itong mga problema natin. Ano po?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, at saka medyo ingatan nyo lang. Dahil yung nagtataka ako, meron na kayong committee dyan na tinatawag na Merdu. Ang nangyayari, nagkakagulo pa kayo sa Region 7. Samantalang malinaw sa akin, mukhang hindi nagkakaintindihan itong mga taong ito at nagmamadali yung iba. Kung kapos-kapos naman talaga yung papel, talaga hindi talaga papasukan yan. Pero I'm not judging. It's up to you. If your man is doing their job, fight for them. If they're not, then do something about them. That's all I'm saying.
We'll do that, Your Honor.
Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
Your Honor.
I know you to be an upright officer, graduate of the Philippine Military Academy. Kuno, Guy, ang tawag sa inyo. So, we will have our next hearing on March 2. Pagod na po ako. Nakakapagod lahat yung mga kasunod ko dyan. Mga tao ko, pagod na. March 2, 11 a.m. And we'd like to submit all the records. Secretary, I thank Director IBP President Cayosa for your help. We will work together and make sure that we can facilitate those, especially those being killed, and now those who are buying motorcycles to protect our people. Ano po? But we must make sure that they are protected. I cannot go away from here. They will remain exposed to possible exploitation. Hindi kasi kumisan nagka-profit talaga, nakakalimutan kumisan. Yun dapat gawin. I thank Secretary Galvante for coming up. I thank the BRR, Secretary Attorney Tansinco and Attorney Barcelo. And I thank my favorite Undersecretary Yebra. Kasi panay tiga Sambeda yung tao ko rito. You're proving them that to them that magaling yung Sambeda. And also, I would like to thank all of you for being here, our witnesses, lalo na. Kindly find some time in your heart to listen with your heart. The plight of Mrs. Patugalan. Mira niyo, binaril sa jeep 2 beses. General, andiyan ba kayo, General?
Yes, sir. Opo.
Alam niyo, sa cold case yan. Hindi ko sasabihin maawa. Bigyan niya ng katarungan yan. Yung judge na yan. Dapat tulungan niyo yan. Tapos yung mga unsolved, dapat ma-solve natin. Make a special task force. Saka magkaroon kayo ng gumagawa ako ng 10 commandments or 10 Magna Carta for the buyers of motorcycles. Magpapatulong ako kay Attorney Cayosa at kanyang asawa. Mas magaling yung asawa niya sa kanya. Yan, magpapatulong ako doon. Pero at the same time, kailangan yung mga kapulisan natin, you can collect all the modus operandi. Mahuhuli niyo yan kung talagang gusto niya. Nag-mayor ako. Hindi talaga pwedeng makalusot yung mga yan. Secretary Galvante, patulong kayo dahil baka yung mga staff nyo, napapaliguran kayo. Hindi lang nasabi sa inyo yung mga problema. Pero talagang hindi po pwede na kung walang certificate of registration na authenticated, hindi tatakbo yan. And please tell all your people, the police, the LTO, huwag manghuhuli kung merong original certificate of registration na authenticated. Pwede po ba yan, General Galvante?
Yes, Your Honor. Papupad po natin yon.
That's what I like about you, sir. You can act. So, in the meantime, I also thank maraming tumatawag sa akin dito. Yung mga example namin, motor trade. Sa Manila yan, hindi na sa Cebu yan, hindi na sa Kanyan. Meron ba kayong pakialam dyan, mga Do Brothers sa motor trade? Sa inyo ba rin yan?
No, hindi po.
Hindi po?
Hindi po.
Andyan ba yung motor trade? Kanina meron. Bakit hindi nagsasalita yung motor trade? Silence means guilt.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung mga sinasabi sa inyo, ang bibigat, ha? Wala kayong salita.
Your Honor, if you may allow us to read some of our statement. We at Motor Trade Nationwide Corporations fully support the desire of Senator to eliminate crimes committed with the use of motorcycle by full enforcement of the Republic Act 11235, and especially the use of identifiable number plates. A crime-free country is a progressive country. It's more conducive for business. It is for our fervent desire, as much as it is Honorable Chair desires, to have in place the efficient and quick registrations process. In the law were to be enforced, The new motorcycle unit should be registered within 5 days, and number plates should be available to the vehicle's owner. The government should maintain an accurate and complete registry of vehicles in aid and law enforcement. It is in the best interest of the motorcycle dealers that the registrations process is finished within the prescribed period. It is best interest of dealers when the motorcycle owners, buyers have peace of mind and sense of security provided by complete registrations paper and compliance number plate. Any other scenario result in the increase of customers' complaint. They may be frustrated by the long wait of plates and registrations documents. They may be flagged down by PNP or traffic enforcers because they have no plates. Their motorcycle may be seized and impounded if they have no papers. They may stop patronizing motorcycle dealers and sellers. It is our dream to have highly efficient registrations process and to have complete plate distributions. However, this is to happen, the Land Transportation's Office process and registrations rules need to be updated in view of the expansions of the motorcycle market. As regards plate distributions, motorcycle dealers have collectively proposed several years ago that dealers should be assigned plates from the inceptions or at the factory to optimize time. We have proactively studied the obey laws. We devise ways to become ourselves more efficient. Please allow us to assure you that we give you information on the following. We do not engage in unlawful practices. We aim to provide efficient customer service. Plates, we do not withhold number plates. If we fail to provide or distribute plates, the reason is because LTO has not yet distributed them to us. For the purchase options, we make options available to our customer. We do not provide in-house financing. However, we assist our customer who cannot afford cash payment by making available installment payment plan via bank and other financing institutions. We do not force our customers to buy installment. We have options to purchase for several and other dealers with branches nearby. Customers are free to buy their motorcycle anywhere. With regards to registrations, for those who make cash sales, although it is motorcycle owner's duty to register the vehicle at the Land Transportation's Office, we offer our services to do the initial registrations at the proper LTO office. Whether they will perform the registrations on their own or with assistance from us is entirely the decisions of the customer. When the customer opted for assistance, we immediately inform upon the availability of ORCR and plate numbers and notify where they can claim or pick up the said ORCR or plate number. With regards to pre-owned motorcycle, we do not make misinterpretations about second-hand motorcycle units. We sell pre-owned motorcycle. We do not fraudulently label them as demo unit. We provide facts to customers and make informed decisions. Customer satisfaction is very important to us. It is a key to success in business. We welcome opportunity to address our customers' complaint. We study this and to analyze the cause of dissatisfactions so we can improve. We value and help build our communities. especially in times of crisis. Although we are business enterprises, we have long recognized and live out our role in the nations with integrity. The Honorable Chair insight that motorcycle help democratize transportations and augment livelihood for Filipino resounds with more organizations' visions to uplift life in living by bridging capital and needs. Thank you for your time, Honorable Chair and Senators.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, General.
With your permission, sir, may I also tugma po rin sa sinabi ng motor trade, may I ask, marami pong dealers na present dito sa meeting. Kasi po, isang nakaka-contribute do sa bagal ng pagproseso is that yung tinatawag pong batching. Naipanawagan na po namin sa kanila yan na wag nilang ipunin yung ilan ang napagbilhan nila pagkatapos, kumbaga isang bagsak nilang dadalhin sa opisina ng LTO. Wala pong LTO office ang may kakayahan na sabay-sabay i-process yung napakaraming dinadala nila, mga 200, 300. Hindi po namin magagawa yon. Kaya yung pakiusap po sa kanila, ang iba po ay gumagawa na nito, na when they sell the motorcycle, may buyer na, dalhin agad yung papel. Wag na pong ipunin sa isang linggo, sa isang buwan, kung ilan lahat ang maibenta nila, tapos sabay-sabay nilang dadalhin yung mga papel. Pakiusap po namin yan, nakinig naman yung iba, pero meron pa pong hindi sumusunod dyan. Kaya po ang ginagawa natin, kumbaga na-overwhelm po yung LTO office dahil sa dami, nag-aalaw po tayo na may mga kalapit na LTO office na pwede silang makipag-ugnayan doon para doon i-process yung registration. Kaya again, Mr. Chairman, pinapanawagan lang po namin ito at kailangan talaga ang kooperasyon ng bawat isa. Maraming po salamat.
Sorry po, sorry gentlemen and ladies, I had liquidity problems. I just would like to say thank you very much, Mr. Montero or Moro. Mr. Namoro? Mr. Namoro, for your kindness. And I just would like to remind ASEC Galvante or General Galvante, sir, hindi niya na kailangan sabihin yan. Pag hindi sila nagrehistro, hulihin nyo na. Kasi within 5 days, huli yan eh. Hindi nila ginagawa yun within 5 days. Hindi kayo dapat kinukuhan. Pangalawa, I will support you if you computerize the system. Dapat lahat yan parang mga mall. Pag bumili ka, online nakalagay na doon yung ang tawag doon yung database na andun. Pati yung tax na andun na interconnected dyan. Magagawa po yan and I'm sure the senators will support that. Would you like that, sir?
Gladly.
I don't hear you saying thank you very much. Niloloko lang kayo. But I would just say this, no? Levity aside, Mr. Namoro, ganda na sinabi nyo, pero I don't want to embarrass you. But siguro tingnan nyo yung mga tao ninyo, no? I have here a registration certificate. No, from Motor Trade. Mr. Namoro.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kung yung pakita yung pangalan nito, baka habulin nila ito. Alright? Motor Trade. Nagbenta kayo. Pero walang encumbrance. Hanggang ngayon, wala pa yung kanyang certificate na original. Just to let you know. Hindi duly authenticated. What do you say to that, sir?
Your Honor, currently, the LTO didn't provide authenticated copy.
No. That is your duty. When you sell something, you sell a complete instrument. You sell it to a person. A hardworking Filipino buys your motorcycle, and if the LTO does not do that, you take it to them personally, nakalagay sa law, pakitulungan nyo ako kapag kailangan maibigay natin to at kailangan ma-authenticate ko ito doon sa Register of Deeds. Tama po ba yan? Sir?
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Asek Galbante po.
Yes, sir.
I just want to correct the impression of the Attorney Almoro. Attorney Namoro. Hindi po nag-i-issue ng photocopy ang LTO bilang CR or OR.
That's correct.
Original po ang ini-issue. Kaya mali po yata yung kanyang sinabi.
Mali talaga. Or you can issue a duly authenticated certificate of registration. General Galvante. You can issue that. A duly authenticated form. Now, ang sinasabi ko kay Attorney Namoro, I don't want to embarrass you. But ito, receive sa locator, oh. Ito, receive sa locator. Nagbenta kayo, hindi nyo binigay. Wala man lang nakalagay dyan na encumbered. Paano? Hindi nyo binigay yung certificate of registration. So, meron rin kalukuhan yung mga opisina ninyo. Correct? Now, let's man up with each other. I want you to man up. This is an error on your part. If not,
yes, Your Honor. We will try to improve and work with LTO to comply with the requirements.
So you see, don't come in like an angel and saying that you comply. You did not comply. And this is a poor lady. I know her. Kaya dapat magsabi kayo ng totoo rito. Kundi, I will declare you in contempt or lying to the committee. Ayoko na nanakot. I will just do it. So, I have nothing against you. I give you all the right to speak. But tell the truth. Don't embellish. And on that note, we will call the next hearing on March 2, 11 a.m. I hope everybody will be around. And we will try to move closer to completion. Again, I ask all of you. And Rudy, can you help me out?
Yes, Your Honor.
I ask the records of all the people killed. The names. Sa police. Backtrack. And then we will compare that. I ask the BIR and the LTO. Wala akong notes, Rudy. Ikaw nagno-notes.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the LTO and the BIR to submit to us kung ano ang cash, anong installment. I have some of them, kaya ako nagtatanong. I'm not doing this frivolously. You know that. We examine every record. You remember when we did that investigation? The whole corridor of the fourth floor had a long bank. Wala pa tayong kunong computer. Buong corridor, nandun lahat ang events.
Manila paper, Your Honor.
We work very, very hard because we want to fix the problems of this country. So kindly give it to us. And to the people of the Du family, you look like a very nice family. But if you're an Atenean, acta, non-verba. Action, not words. Because the documentation nyo doesn't speak very well of your practices. Now, all businesses have malpractices. Lahat yan, pati sila Rockefeller. Lahat yan, pati si mga Kennedy. I will not justify it, especially for the poor. I have a little one sa the poor. And kung may problema kayo sa Region 7, don't publicize it. You don't think I know what's going on there? You don't know that I know that some big cabinet men are going after tinatakot si Juan Kaindek. I get it from my friends in Cebu. I don't talk to him every day. That's why I know what his problems are. And I'm sure he's a reasonable man. Mag-usap kayo. We don't have to fight over it. It's business. It's only business. And I've learned in life, kung may away kayo, ayusin ninyo, pero hindi cash sunduan, ha? Hindi cash sunduan. Ayusin ninyo. I'm sure we can all be reasonable. Is there anything else I've not gone? Huh? I would like to ask, kung nanonood ang marami dyan, yung may problema sa mga registration ng mga motorsiklo, mga kababayan natin dyan, naglagay po ang Blue Ribbon dahil may programa ako every Sunday, Lingkod Action. Gumawa po kami ng website, lingkodgordon.com. Ayan po. Marami na nagpadala sa amin ng mga problema. Pinapadala yung mga papeles. Kaya marami ako nakakalap na papeles para iharap dyan. Pakipadala nyo lang ho yung problema nyo at sasagot sa Blue Ribbon si Justice Kimbo. Ayan ho. Pinagdadasal ko maging justice itong kaibigan ko dahil matinong tao ito. Pero in the meantime, it's very useful to us. And maybe also the IBP can do this also. So you can get all the complaints para we can solve it together. Because there are many, many, many complaints. And we're not going to go after anybody. We just want to fix the problem. We are not going to fix the blame. Unless talagang recalcitrant. So let's meet again on the 11th. I thank Mart Bangi. I thank Mrs. Patugalan. I thank Joel, Barangay Captain Santos. Joel, you are a hero sa akin. Pinaglalaban mo yung tao mo. And I ask the police to please follow up this 5-foot 2. Ito lang kalaki yan. Humble man na pinatay ang mga bumabaril ng walang pakundangan. General Cesar, please look into that case.
Yes, sir. We will, sir.
Many cases. But ito, hindi naman magnanakaw. Putin tao naman. Eh, pupuntahan na lang, babalilin. Ako naman, no? Huwag naman ganyan. So let's solve this. Okay, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, bihag pa? Binag, yes.
Yes, sir.
Bihagin nyo yung mga yan para mahuli na yung mga loko na yan. And let's pray to Almighty God na we get the light so that we can see the light of the Lord, with the light of the Lord, and solve the problems of this country as a nation, as friends, as brothers. And we can solve this. Konting pasensya, konting understanding, konting humility, a lot less greed than you have to. Huwag yung masyadong kabig ng kabig. Kasi sinasabi ko nung araw, yung mga kung lumalangoy ka, panay kabig, patunga sa iyo, malulunod ka. Kailangan magpapahinga ka, babalik mo para magpahinga ka. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you, Professor McCamit. Prosecutor McCamit, thank you very much. I appreciate everything that you're doing with us and all the other lawyers. And the DTI, Secretary Lopez, I can't say enough for them. And ASEC Ruth Costello, you are the guardians of the people and you're doing your job well. I don't usually give glowing accounts and plaudits because that is our job. But the very fact that you can stand your ground and say it, that it is not right, including my favorite Sambeda professor, future Justice Yebra. Siguro pagka ganyan ang mga leader natin, nakakadesisyon, you will be a credit to our country. Justice Yebra, thank you, ha? Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair, we also encourage consumers. We encourage consumers, Mr. Chair, to file a complaint with DTI.
Yes. Dapat diretso nyo na.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Kahit na hindi nila alam yung complaint, sumulat na lang, tapos follow up nyo. Ako sa Red Cross, pagka may humihingi, kahit 10 oras ng gabi, nagigising ako para tumulong. Yan lang kailangan nyo gawin. Magkaroon kayo ng hotline dyan para malalaman. At i-report natin monthly. Report nyo sa amin kung may tumawag para we can commend you. Alright?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We'll do that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kita nyo, dapat magre-report kayo. Napakaganda pala nito si Attorney Costello Rose. The root not of all evil, but the root of all goodness. Sige. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas. God bless you all. Have a great lunch. The session is recessed.
God bless you.
The session is suspended until March 2, 11 a.m. Thank you very much. We'll see you all.